We're still on mute though, right? Or are we live? Hello and welcome to Huskins Field here for some more Tufts NESCAC baseball. I'm Lucas Pyle, joined alongside me, Scott Blatt here at Huskins Field, live here on JumboCast. It's the Tufts Jumbos taking on the Trinity Bantams. We are about set to get underway. Tufts 9-2 coming into this game, 4-1 in conference, 6-0 at home here in Medford, Massachusetts. Coming up against the Bantams, 8-5 on the season, 3-2 in conference, and only 1-3 away from home. Tufts just need one win from this doubleheader to make it to the NESCAC championship. And, you know, Scott, big game for them. And coming off a big win against Trinity yesterday, they should be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, Lucas, what's my favorite number today?
I don't know what your favorite number is today.
5, because the first team to 5 wins in NESCAC is going to win the division. Right now you have Tufts at 4-1 in the NESCAC, Trinity at 3-2. They were tied going into this game. Going into the game yesterday, we saw a great game from Michael Volgende on the mound. He continued his dominant start to the season. He's 4-0 now. He pitched 5 strong innings of shutout ball, and Silas Reed came in relief, finished it off with 2 more shutout innings, and it was an 8-0 Jumbos win. And now they're set up, but you're right, they only need one more win, and they're heading to the NESCAC championship. Place and time TBD, but it will be next weekend. It will be a best 2 out of 3. So obviously that's got to be the message today, is just win one more. And we do expect that Cameron Mayer will be taking the mound once again. He has also been dominant to start the season, along with Michael Volgende. He's been 3-0 thus far. And we saw him last week, Lucas. I think we've called maybe all of his games so far.
I believe 2 of them, one against Colby, one against Bates, and he has been dominant.
Right. So we really saw that last week. He really had firm control, and that was his issue the week before, where he kind of game managed. He struggled a bit through it. Not last week. He was really dominant out there with his pitch count. We see Tufts about to go take the field, led by number 17, Cameron Mayer himself.
Well, he has had a great season, the sophomore, taking to the mound, such an imposing figure. You can see out there for the Jumbos on defense, Sowell playing catcher, DeMaria at first, Burgess at second, Mazzella at the short, Cortez at third base, and then in the outfield from left to right, Duffy, Reed, and Brendan Bay.
I believe now we will be listening to the playing of the national anthem.
Fans, and welcome to Huskins Field on the campus of Tufts University for today's NESCAC doubleheader between the visiting Trinity College Bantams and the host Tufts University Jumbos. Game 1 is scheduled for 7 innings. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you please rise, remove your caps, and direct your attention to the flag on the left field as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Jumbos take the field. We look across the diamond, we see the Trinity Bantams. For the first time this season here at Huskins. And the Bantams have been, up until this weekend, Tufts equal in the NESCAC, the only other team in the division to be posting above 500 record right now. And they've really been doing it with the key help of some freshmen. Up at the top of the lineup, you'll see you'll both be seeing both Jack Matthews and Sean Meth, both of which are freshmen and have been leading the way, batting first and third, so you'll see them in this half inning. They've been driving the Bantams offense, which noticeably will get on base. That's their big thing. They average about 9 hits a game, about the same as Tufts, but they will not, I at least have not so far, been able to drive the ball as far, batting about at least 150 points, less than Tufts as far on slugging. So, like we talked about, Lucas, with Colby when we last saw them, expect a lot of small ball, a lot of contact, maybe not too many long fly balls today.
And this looks to be maybe Tufts' toughest opponent playing here at Huskins Field. Trinity, you know, didn't score any runs yesterday, but did get a good number of hits. They had about, I believe, 7 hits. But the pitching from Tufts was also strong yesterday. I believe combined around 7 strikeouts.
Absolutely, and it's a luxury for Tufts when you have the ability to roll out Michael Day yesterday, then roll out Cameron Mayer, both of which are undefeated in the season, have been absolutely dominant. Typically pitching the first and second games of any given series, and essentially, I think so far, giving Tufts the win every single time. See if that dominance can continue today, like you said, against probably the toughest opponent, Trinity.
And here we go. Jack Matthews up to the plate for the first at-bat of this first game of the doubleheader between Tufts and Trinity. Mayer versus Matthews in the first pitch. Starts off with a nice strike, a big swing and a miss.
Something to keep an eye on early, and this has been kind of the good metric for how Mayer's day is going to go, is his control early on. If he can hit his spots, it's going to be it's likely to be a good first few innings.
That one missing its mark, ball 1.
And that would be one of those spots. I mean, you could tell the way the catcher framed that was right on the corner, and you'll take that miss any day of the week. If he's able to hit that, it's going to be appetizing. He's going to get swings and misses.
With that one high, and Sowell not able to grab it, so 2-1 in the count. We saw it last week, Cameron Mayer, when he first started on the mound, was getting strikes right away. This first at-bat, a little bit of a slow start, but plenty of time to get back into it. That one foul back.
Matthews hitting .380 on the season, and you wonder why he's starting first at that high of a batting average. Well, he is a speedster. He's stolen 8 bases on the season. He's only been caught once, so that's again, no surprise. If Trinity gets on base, they're going to be running. They're going to be playing good old-fashioned small ball.
Just missing his mark there, and so it's 3-2 the count on the first at-bat of this game.
Something else to keep in mind is the umpire back there, and that I think was a little outside, but if the umpire is going to squeeze him a bit, then that could play a role if he generally does live on that outside part of the plate.
And it starts with a walk, so good start for the Bantams. Matthews taking his time and gets to first base.
That's a really good at bat by Matthews. He actually, think about it, he made contact twice, foul tip, and then a foul ball straight back. So nothing crazy, but he's able to work that well. He had a good eye out there, and now he's on first base again. 8 of 9 stolen bases on the season. And what do we always say about Tufts? I'd be pretty confident that we're going to see a pickoff attempt before the first pitch right here.
So up to plate is Dylan.
And there we go. And something you see, like we said, almost every time there's a runner on first base, no other runners on, is the casual pickoff before the pitch. It's not a dynamic move. The runner knows it's coming. It's more of a, hey, I'm still here. And then once the at-bat starts, you start to see more quick, dynamic pickoff attempts.
That one is fouled up. And the out is made. What a play. Sowell there making the catch. Incredible play.
What an incredible catch. Oh my, wow. I think it's kind of unfortunate that because he left the field of play, the ball actually goes out of play. The runner gets to second base.
And I think that's why coaching side of Tufts there wanted him to keep it in the play.
Yeah, well, you saw what happened is the players kind of vacated. They actually left the chairs there. That looked like it might hurt. At least if they're going to vacate, maybe move the chairs out so he's not running into this plastic metal chair. But still, what an incredibly athletic play back there by Saul.
And so that is the first out. And just a bit of an explanation on that one as to why he's able to get to second on that play.
Yeah, so because he left the field of play, that's what you heard Coach Casey really upset about. I'll finish this after this pitch.
I want a good strike.
What you heard Coach Casey really upset about is because his entire body left the field of play. He's no longer in the field of play, and the ball went with him. So although it's a catch, because the ball leaves the field of play, the runner is entitled to another base. He gets to second base. Still doesn't diminish the fact that what an incredible catch.
That one tipped, fouled back, so it's a 1-2 count to the first base in Meth.
And again, just to be clear, that's why Coach Casey's saying keep him in the field of play. If the players are there, able to catch him and essentially throw him back, he never fully leaves the field of play, lands on the ground, out of play. The runner would be able to stay at first base. I would have to stay at first base.
And you're looking for a second out. Oh, he almost got it, but it was tipped.
Great pitch right there. Caught him with the off speed and a good 1-2 count. Good pitch, a little bit off the plate. Got him leaning forward, just wasn't able to squeeze the foul tip. It's a good sign that he's able to, has that control of the off speed right now.
He goes back to check. It was a little bit of a wild throw there by Marin to his shortstop, Bazella, but
well, it's always hard with the second base pickoffs, especially when you have the shortstop coming. He's catching the ball, and his momentum's like he's kind of taking him away from the base, right? So he's got to be able to get that tag down. It's a little dicey. That's what, but you can see the position of the second baseman makes it nearly impossible for the second baseman to cover.
That one again fouled back. First sort of foul ball that's keeping the Cars interested.
I believe it actually grazed the Trinity bus on a third or fourth bounce right there.
Well, Cameron Mayer certainly being worked here.
And even though I'm really surprised that Matthews went at second base, but he's doing a lot of dancing out there, trying to get Mayer distracted.
That one fouled here to our right.
Looks like we said about Trinity, you haven't seen any swings for power yet, but you've seen swings, you've seen them make contact. They're working counts right now. I mean, now you're at a 5-pitch count already.
Well, it's been a 1-2 count for a couple of pitches now. That one is in play. And easy out made there by Burgess at second. 2 outs.
Look, Cameron Mayer you see a runner on second here, say, oh boy. You see the pitch count, and it's probably at around 15 already. Oh boy. He's really had a good inning. I mean, missed a couple spots just outside the first inning, but foul out that didn't really go anywhere. That was a weak line drive. That's not going to do any damage. He has been hitting his spots, and I mean, Trinity has not shown they can make contact yet, despite the runner on second base.
Now up to the plate is the DH Cronin. First pitch ball.
Sure, Coach Casey's well aware of this. Sal's dropped a couple back there already. Again, kind of made up for it with the incredible catch over there, but still want to see him squeezing those, especially when you have an aggressive runner on second base.
That one high for ball 2.
Mayer really reared back from that one and kind of let it loose a bit. I think probably lost control a bit there. This is what you don't want to see. What we didn't see last week, falling behind in counts. He was ahead in almost every count last week. Was able to get the hitters off balance. You want to see him throw strikes. And that's not going to do it. That's going to rise too high.
Now it's the second pitch in a row where he's starting a bit high. Now behind 3-0 in the count. Puts the Bantams in a solid position even though there are 2 outs.
And especially with you have a team that's not a power hitting team, you want to be able to throw strikes to them. Don't get them any free bases.
Gets back in the count with a strike. That one fouled back. And Mayer doing a good job. Now it's 3-2.
At bat, Cronin, he's hitting .364 on the season. But if you look down his stats, you see 4 hits, Not all have been singles. Has not had any extra bases thus far.
I feel like a single here could drive in a run. But a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Cameron Mayer was down 3-0 that count, but works back to get the strikeout. And Tufts get out of that inning without allowing a run.
He reared back and just chucked that thing. I mean, that was probably one of the fastest pitches he has thrown all game. Great pitch. And he's able to get out of the inning.
Now we'll bring you the full Jumbo's batting order again. Leading off playing center field, number 4, Miles Reed. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 2, Jimmy Evans. Batting third and playing first base, number 32, Peter DiMaria. Batting cleanup and catching, number 28, Clay Sowell. Batting fifth and playing right field, number 13, Brandon Bay. Batting sixth
and leading off this game for the Jumbos, it'll be Miles Reed, the reigning NESCAC Player of the Week, another Player of the Week for this Jumbos team. And in the 2 games he played against Bates, which we, of course, broadcast here on JumboCast last week, Reed went 5 for 8. He had 2 home runs and was actually named to the All-D3 Team of the Week, as well as being the NESCAC Player of the Week. Reed is, of course, I believe he actually was 9th, if I remember correctly, the first game the Jumbos played this season. And then he actually hit the first home run to break the ice in the Jumbos season, scored the first run of the game, in the first game of the season, and since has just not looked back. Truly a great season, especially after hitting 1 for 13 in his few at bats in 2019. What a breakout year!
And he will be coming up against the number 33 for Trinity, Schaefer. And how's he doing this season?
Schaefer's is having a great season. He actually has not let up a single run this year, and he's been dominant. He's actually a graduate student, so he in 2019 he took a gap year, and of course COVID in 2020. But in his full season of 2018, pitched 56 innings, throwing with a 2.57 ERA. And this season he has not given up a run in 9 innings. So the Jumbos are in for a long day if he's able to hit his spots, and you can just tell out there he's ready to work.
Nice pitch, starting off with a strike 1. It's a very sort of quick, much quicker than Cameron Mayer's release.
Yeah, we can just watch it right here. It's almost casual out there the way his release is.
That one low.
He looks, I don't know if we have heights on him, but he is just really tall out there too. You can just tell. Big bulking figure out there. And you're right, he has a quick release, and he's much more casual with the way he throws the ball, just kind of casually gets it in there. And
whew!
Good curveball, although I think, from a Tufts perspective, it did look like to me that he clearly slowed his delivery down, at least a split second there. If they're aware of that, they might be able to catch on to when he's throwing that off speed.
And he got him
right
swinging.
There.
Wow. He's certainly got some interesting pitches in there. Schaefer, not a lot with the speed, but bringing some trickery and getting a strikeout on the first at-bat.
Well, I think for all the, given that the second game today is actually going to be a 9-inning game, this game will be 7 for what it's worth, but he's trying to make sure Trinity gets home on time, because look, he's just getting in the ball and working.
Whew. Bringing in a strike there. Could be in for a nice pitcher duel here at Huskins Field.
And you can see he just gets in a rhythm and he goes. You can just tell he has the air of a good pitcher about him.
But that one driven to first, and a comfortable play made there. The combination of Meth and Schaefer. It was Evans getting contact for the ground out.
Tufts, really important for Tufts here. They need to break that rhythm. He's clearly one of those pitchers who goes out there and throws the ball. And when he's feeling it, he just gets the ball, he steps onto the mound, and he goes. Whether it be calling timeout, looking at pitches, extending at bats, getting runners on however way possible, you really want to break his rhythm early and get him overthinking. And anything you can do.
Here's DiMaria up to the plate. That one well in front of first base, so...
With DiMaria, the Jumbo's key player offensively for the last multiple seasons.
That one is fouled over our heads. DiMaria, who, good to see him back out there, because of course last week had to come out of the game hurting his foot.
Yeah, that definitely was worrisome, but good to see him.
That one tipped. Strike 2.
Of course, it probably helped that I believe the Sunday games the Tufts was scheduled to play were rained out, so it's just an extra week to recover for extra day to recover from Di Maria. And like you said, good to see he's ready to go today.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Wow, what a start for Schaefer. And for Trinity, that was quick. 2 strikeouts. That ends the first inning. It's 0-0 still here at Huskins Field as the clouds are starting to set in. Wind picking up again, but we're looking set for a nice pitcher duel after that inning.
That was really impressive. I think probably one of the most impressive half innings, probably the most impressive inning here at Huskins against the Jumbos. Possibly the most impressive half inning we've seen from either side. I mean, or at least up there, including Jumbos. I mean, obviously we've seen some great innings, some great games from Fulgenda and Mayer here, but that was really impressive. And what you really saw was the off speed. That curveball has a lot of movement on it, and it's really great to see. I mean, of course, from a Trinity perspective, that he doesn't need to throw it in the strike zone to generate swings and misses. You had 2 of those 3 outs generated on swinging strikes in the dirt. That's really that's really tough. I mean, if you can't hold up on those, then that gives you a lot of options to work with. Like you said, you really just compare the deliveries here, especially once you break that leg. Cameron Mayer, it's much more dynamic. It feels like a lot more. It just seems like he's exerting a lot more effort, a lot more power on his release, especially compared when you see just such a casual delivery on the other side.
Yeah, it seems like a lot more sort of mechanics and steps going into his belt. With Schaefer, it just seems like almost like one fluid motion. But both get the job done.
Yeah, I really, at the end of the day, for pitchers, whatever works. I mean, I'm sure for those who have watched MLB games before, you've seen some funky deliveries left and right. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever works. So far, so good for both pitchers.
And Flanagan is up to the plate for the Bantams.
John Flanagan not having the best offensive season, hitting .227 on the season. He does have 5 RBIs though, and a handful of extra base hits. So one of the few who's been able to generate power. As you see, there's actually only 2 home runs up and down the lineup total for the Bantams. So again, not a power hitting team.
Mayer started with the strike, hitting that low spot that he loves. That one a bit lower.
You're okay with that miss. Catcher kind of set up that pretty far low and outside anyways. As long as you're missing low and away, those are always good spots to miss out. They're not going to generally not going to do too much damage.
That one, a nice pitch, getting Flanagan swinging, 1-2 the count.
Mayer has great velocity today. He seems to be able to rear back and just throw it by people right now. Maybe it's a combination of Trinity being late, but he's really throwing it his heater right by. That's always a great sign.
We were thinking strikeout there, but he just missed it. 2-2 the count.
Yeah, and you can usually tell back there Bowman Saul didn't hold it for too long, so I think he knew it was a little outside.
And again, just missing his mark. So now it's 3-2 in the count. Good work from Flanagan just to stay in this at bat.
And it's always hard to tell from our perspective whether he's being squeezed by the umpire or whether it's truly just a little outside. Either way, those are okay misses.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Mayer gets the job done, his second strikeout of the afternoon.
Really what you want to see from Mayer, especially after you give up a leadoff base runner in the first inning. He's now set down 4 straight, and he's looked really good doing it. I mean, what you saw, a foul out to the catcher, a soft line drive that didn't leave the infield, 2 strikeouts. Those are 4 really reassuring outs.
And up is number 10, Capone, the left fielder.
Good pitch. First time I believe he started a batter with an off-speed pitch today, and he had Capone guessing.
Gets a second strike.
And Capone has had a decent season at the plate. He's hitting .286. He does have 12 hits as well as 9 RBIs. So he's definitely one. He can get on base, and he can drive it a little bit for power.
Seeing his mark there for ball 1 is sort of a score update for other games happening. Looks like Tufts softball is losing in their game 4-0. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Mayer is having much quicker, stronger second inning.
Great pitch. And I actually think umpire seemed like he called it a called strike anyways based on his motion, but he definitely went around either way. Really good off-speed pitch. Capone had absolutely no idea what was happening up there. Love to see that from Mayer, and he seems to have settled into a real strong rhythm right now.
Decino up to the plate, sees strike 1 fly by.
Lucas, what did we say about getting ahead in counts? That's what he's doing right now. He's throwing first pitch strikes. You saw the last at bat, he was up 0-2. He was able to then throw it, mix in the off speed, and retire Capone.
Just missing it there. 1-1 the count. Nice. Fast pitch coming in for strike 2.
Beautiful pitch at the knees, outside corner. Couldn't decide. Decino wasn't able to decide whether he'd go for it, and then you get the called strike. Now he's just a lot of doubt in his mind. Let's see what Mayer does here.
Strike 3. Cameron Mayer struts off the field. What an impressive inning that was. He has struck out the last 4 straight Bantams batters, and just telling Schaefer for the Bantams, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, and he looked great doing it. I mean, he was just dominant out there. I mean, you had swinging strikes, you had called strikes. I mean, Trinity, the Bantams are just guessing out there at this point. Like you said, we really do have at this rate a great pitcher's duel being set up, especially when you consider that you've had 6 of the first 12 outs as strikeouts. Sorry, 6 of the first 9 outs that manner, even.
Yeah, both.
It's actually interesting that just different styles out there. You can see Schaefer goes out there, and he even, as casual as he is throwing the ball, he even seems like a touch more casual when he warms up. There's almost something calming and smooth about it. He definitely feels like he's just completely in control, right? Like he knows what he wants to do, and he's able to execute at least great in the first inning. We'll see how that continues.
And we're back here for the bottom of the second. Clay Sowell up to the plate, number 4 hitter in the lineup, catcher. And he hits that one hard.
I think that's talent foul.
Yeah. But a good start to that bat, getting good contact because, you know, first 3 Jumbos hitters struggled.
Yeah, and like many of the Jumbos on the season, Sowell is having a real solid season at the plate. Hitting .412 and 17 plate appearances. That means he has 7 hits and 3 home runs, 10 RBIs. He has been a really consistent force out there, which of course is that much harder when you consider he's a catcher and making plays like that, what we saw in the first inning.
That one low for ball 1. That one, again, bouncing in front of the plate. So we've seen that once or twice from Schaefer. It could be maybe a potential weakness in his pitching game, just sort of those short pitches.
Well, it seems like with his off-speed, it's almost like he doesn't want to throw it for a strike. And when you get that mindset, you can almost start aiming the ball. And if he aims it too much, then you get 3-4 feet in front of the plate. It's not appetizing enough.
Oh, that one. Getting Sowell swinging high for that, so it's 2-2 the count.
Classic upstairs pitch, trying to get your power hitters to chase. He was able to do so there. Obviously, that was one where if he's able to turn on it, he can drive that ball. Right above the letters is still very, very hittable.
2-2 the count. That one low. Sewell comfortably seeing that one.
This is obviously first real good at bat for the Jumbo. Sal put a good swing on that first ball. He's seeing the ball well, letting balls way outside and way low. And now he's, for the first time, you're actually forcing Schaefer to make a pitch.
But he gets the strikeout. Schaefer starting where he left off, his third strikeout of the afternoon.
Just really impressive out there. I mean, first time all game that he's had to make a pitch. All previous at-bats had not gone to 3 balls. And he made it. I mean, it was a really great pitch out and away. I mean, just really impressive work from Schaefer. Again, he's looked dominant out there to start.
Now Brandon Bay up to the plate. Grounds it!
That's fair.
And it's fair! Brandon Bay with the first hit of the game. He's going to push for 2. He should get there and will. We got our first hit of the afternoon, and it's from the right fielder, Brandon Bay. And Tufts have a runner on second with 1 out.
Just a solid piece of hitting. Go after that first pitch. If you think it's going to be a fastball down the heart of the plate, which it was, go down, go for it. And he did, and he hit right down that line. And obviously, the way we know here, the foul territory is massive, so that ball's just going to keep rolling. And it turns into a stand-up double, and now all of a sudden the Jumbos are in business.
And now Schaefer has someone to worry about on the bases. Starts off with a ball.
I must say, Rodriguez back there has looked really sharp. He's seen at least 4, probably even more off the top of my head, balls that have bounced in front of the door. He's been able to stop almost all of them. Really impressive.
Duffy, the left fielder, up to plate again, a low pitch.
Another good stop by Rodriguez. Something I've noticed out there for Schaefer is he's preoccupied with that runner on second base. He's giving him a good long look out there, taking a long time after his punt comes to the set. You gotta wonder if if the runner just dancing back around there, making a little movement is in his head.
And that one again low. And he is far behind in this count, 3-0. So after striking out 3 out of the first 4 Tufts batters, now he's got a runner on second to worry about, and potentially runner on first if he's not careful with these next pitch.
Absolutely, big pitch right here. He's gonna make one.
Gets his mark, strike 1, first strike.
Like I said at the beginning of the game, when you have a pitcher like this who just likes to get the ball and throw, anything to break his rhythm is really important. And then you get a runner on second base, that can do wonders.
But that one's low. Ball 4. Duffy gets to first, and we've got runners on first and second with Burgess, the second baseman, up to the plate.
Really good job by Duffy. I mean, you have a pitcher out there who has, he's been working a lot. He has been throwing a lot of balls. First at bat, of course, 2 Sal, you saw a 3-2 count. Second at bat, didn't really have the opportunity, but then as it was a first pitch double. But Tufts gotta know now that after that dominant first inning where he just couldn't miss the strike zone, he can't find it right now.
Burgess, the 7th hitter. He swings at the first pitch, misses, strike 1.
Yeah, Burgess wanted that one really bad. He really reared up for that. Good thing Schaefer threw that fastball right there, which he hadn't been doing in the last couple pitches. He's been throwing a lot of off speed in the dirt. Because off speed hanging right there could have gone a long, long way.
Burgess again swinging. This one he fouls back, so strike 2.
Burgess having a subpar season thus far at the plate. He's only hitting .211. In 19 plate appearances, he has 4 hits. I will say, in those appearances, he does have 2 doubles. He's also worked 3 walks, so not a terrible on-base percentage, ending up around still above 300. And a big, big, big opportunity and a really big game for the Jumbos right here.
That one fouled high and back. He's got Bay on second. Duffy on first. An 0-2 count with 1 outs. That one high. Gets the first ball of the at-bat.
Good leave right there by Burgess. He clearly was tempted. You saw him move those the wrist just a little bit, but he was able to hold off on that high 0-2 pitch, which can always be so hard for hitters to lay off on. Well, he lives to fight for another pitch.
That one low again, bouncing comfortably in front of the plate. 2-2 the count.
Great leave again, and you gotta hand it to Rodriguez. I mean, that's 4 or 5 pitches in this inning alone, and the last few batters alone that he's been able to just keep completely in front of him. Really impressive work to track the ball back there. Otherwise, you might have 2 runners in scoring position by this point.
That one grounded to short. Can they make the double play? No, they can't. It was Meth who couldn't handle the bounce on that throw. So it is an out, but Tufts have runners on the corner now with 2 outs.
I mean, and that play is manufactured, and really the out is saved over there by the hard running of Duffy. He's able to get there. It was not that hard a hit of a ball, so he's able to get there, do a nice clean slide, force an errant throw. And the Bantams, I think both teams are lucky. Tufts is lucky that wasn't a double play. The Bantams are lucky that that ball didn't get into the dugout over here and advance the runner and score a run.
So now it is Cortez up to the plate. 3rd baseman, 8th in the batting order. 5th batter of this inning.
Cortez on the season has had his struggles at the plate, although he has been generating some power. He's only hitting 189 with a 486 slugging percentage. He does in his 7 hits. He actually has 3 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs. So 6 of his 7 hits have been for extra bases.
1-1 the count.
First and third situation, always interesting to see if the runner at first base is trying to do anything as far as generate a throw, get the runner home. Either way, especially when we think we have such a great pitcher's duel in store for us, runs could be at a premium, and advancing that runner at third base however way possible might be the priority for the Jumbos right now.
That one is popped high.
This is going to be up close.
So that's foul. Burgess on first, Brendan Bay on third. It was Duffy who was out at second on that last play on the ground ball to the shortstop Matthews.
What do we want to look out for here? It's 2 pitches that he's been going to on the 1-2 counts. Off speed in the dirt, fastball up high. Would be pretty. I'd honestly be surprised if we didn't see either one of those right now. Fastball high, but not close enough. High and away, kind of lost control a bit there. Wasn't really anywhere near tempting enough. Now locked up at 2s.
Yeah, just see there Schaefer's attention being caught by a drone in the sky. Wonder if it's being flown over as some form of distraction. That one grounded to second. Out comfortably made, and Schaefer gets out of that jam. It wasn't as silky smooth as his first inning, but it's no runs allowed through 2 innings as we go into the top of the 3rd.
You really thought the Jumbos might have a chance there. Cortez just rolled over just a bit there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do anything much with it, and now we head into the 3rd inning, still scoreless. You know what this is? This is reminiscent of the first game of the season, which is I think was the longest game in which the Jumbos and their opponents went scoreless, where it took to the 5th inning for any runs to be scored. And that feels like the vibe of this game thus far, Lucas, is runs are really going to be at a premium. The way these pitchers are pitching, even when Tufts generated that offense, it was on a walk and it was on a double that, while well placed, was just a ground ball out at second base. something we see a bit of a discussion between the coaches and the umpire.
Yeah, I think they're talking
The
about
drone, I'm guessing.
the drone, which is being flown out to our far left, out past the parking lot. But of course, in the blink of an eye, can always come right back over.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who's. I mean, I see it coming back now. I'm not entirely sure who's flying it, to be honest. I think I've seen it in a game or two previously. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Lucas. That it can be pretty loud, and especially if it's hovering right behind the backstop, but in the pitcher's eye, that can be really distracting.
Well, as we go into the top of the third inning, quickly going over this pitching duel that's happening right now between Cameron Mayer and Schaefer. Mayer, 2 innings pitched, 4 strikeouts. He has struck out the last 4 straight batters. He does have a walk as well. Schaefer, 2 innings pitched, has allowed a hit and a walk, but also has 3 strikeouts and has been pretty solid. We really have only seen, the double from Brandon Bay, and that's about it. Both pitchers have been solid. As Mayer, his first pitch of this inning is a nice strike against the catcher Rodriguez.
Noted MLB player Alex Rodriguez has been reincarnated today and is now behind the backstop at his little-known secondary position.
That one is fouled to our right.
But in all seriousness, Rodriguez has had a great day behind the plate. I mean, what we saw from Schaefer is even when he was in control, he throws a lot of pitches in the dirt. And Rodriguez has not let anything get by him thus far. He's been able to keep everything in front. That's been really impressive. He's really doing a lot of work back there to keep his pitcher in the game.
Mayer, that's hit hard to center field. Reed tracks it and catches comfortably for the first out of the inning. But I think that's about the hardest the Bantams have hit the ball, but it was a comfortable fly out to center.
Arguably the hardest either team's hit the ball this far. I think it's the first time the ball might have left the infield on the fly, if I'm correct, I believe. Unless you want to argue that I think one of the outs in the first inning drove the second baseman to the edge of the grass.
And that pitch going ball 1 to Omi Jarrett. Omi Jarrett is the right fielder for the Bantams.
And we can bet the drone is back somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Strike 1 called. This is a 2-1 pitch.
And the Tufts coaches are now, and I believe the fleet officers as well, are looking for the owner of the drone.
It's to our left, I think.
Yes.
Looks like it.
Good pitch right there. Blew it by him. Now he's able to work the count back. Now 2-2 to Omi Jarrett. Obviously, the number 9 hitter. You really are hoping to be able to retire him. Here's the pitch. Oh, that's good.
Got him.
Right there.
Strike 3. Cameron Mayer is having a day.
Omi Jarrett was overpowered there. You could see even on the previous pitches, he was swinging right through him. That wasn't even like on a corner or anything. That was just a heater right there. Omi Jarrett was frozen. Solid pitching by Cameron Mayer. Once again, he's now retired 8 in a row.
And Matthews not going to the plate. He's the only player. And he pops that one up. Who's going to get there? No one will. And Matthews once again gets on base. It was a walk in the first inning. It's a sort of pop-up single there here in the third.
I hate to see that. That's a dinky fly ball that really has no business doing much, unfortunately. It kind of just hits it into no man's land. Of course, the big concern now is how to generate instant offense for the Bantams. As Matthews again 8 for 9 in the season on stolen bases, 2 outs, pitcher's duel. I wouldn't be surprised to see him off and running here, as we inevitably see our pickoff attempt.
Dylan up to the plate. He fouled out, of course, that incredible play by Sowell in the first inning.
Let's see how much Mayer tries to hold him on here, whether he goes with a quicker delivery or and then you see it, and he's off.
Ooh, and it gets by. It did hit him. And so now we've got runners on first and second, and Mayer Not a little bit of a tricky situation with 2 outs here in the third.
I mean, obviously this is pure speculation. What might have happened there is you saw Cameron Mayer, for the first time in at least 8 at-bats now, go with that quicker delivery. Not only is he from the stretch, but he went with the slide step instead of the high leg kick. Of course, whenever you change your delivery, it can lead to things, and that's what we saw right there. A little wild right there, and now the Bantams once again have runners in scoring position.
And it's Meth up to the plate. That one high.
Couple straight pitches now that Mayer's missed badly.
And Mayer. We've gotten the last 8 batters out. Now the last.
There's a good pitch. Just like it can take 1 or 2 pitches to throw you out of a rhythm, it can take you 1 or 2 pitches to get you back in a rhythm. If you're able to hit your spot like he is right there, hopefully that does wonders for Mayer, able to settle him down.
1-1 the count. That one driven hard into left field. It's caught by Duffy, and that ends the side. Mayer allowed those last 2 at-batters to get onto base, but it was still another solid inning for him as we go into the bottom of the third.
Yeah, that was and I think for those keeping score at home, that ended up being a fair ball right on the line out there. But was able to catch it, thankfully. And now we head back into the Jumbos coming up to plate. Still a scoreless game. Really solid pitching. I mean, it's not like either pitcher's been perfect thus far, but when they've been able to hit their pitches, they've looked good out there. And they've been able to work around trouble, which of course is the sign of any great pitcher.
And yeah, both pitchers have just allowed 1 hit so far. So you gotta say it's been pretty solid from the number 17 of Tufts and the number 33 of the Trinity Bantams as we go into the bottom of the third.
Leading off for the Jumbos will be Nate Bozzella. Of course, Nate Bozzella has, even though he's in the 9 spot, he has been doing plenty on offense for the Jumbos. He's hitting .292 in the season. He has 1 home run, but he has 11 RBIs in just 24 plate appearances. He's averaging just under an RBI every 2 plate appearances out there.
That's good to have from your number 9 hitter.
It's a luxury of the deep Jumbos lineup.
And that one hit hard into right field. It should be made.
Or not.
Oh, and it's not.
He dropped that.
Omi Jarrett could not get the play. Bozzella gets to second. It'll be interesting to see if they call that an error or.
I believe they're going to give that a double. The catch itself was at the end was rather difficult, and you can't really fault him on that. Did seem like he was really unsure about tracking that ball, Lucas. It seemed like he pulled up short. It wasn't running. I think he just really got a tough read on it. Looked like it was dying out there. Either way, it goes down as a double for Nate Bozzella. Huge for the Jumbos to get a runner in scoring position to lead off this third inning. And now you got the top of the lineup, Miles Reed, the reigning NESCAC Player of the Week.
Reed sees the first pitch go in as a strike. He, in his first at-bat, was struck out.
Those curveballs out there, they have a lot of movement up and down, but they can almost come in a little loopy. I mean, if you're a Jumbo and if you're able to capitalize on a hanging one, that could go a long, long way.
That one fouled back. Ooh! Hit 2 cars on the way.
Wow.
But I think everything's okay.
Is that a double? We could use it right now.
It's 0-2 the count. Tufts started the last inning with... All right, sorry, they did not start last inning with a double, but they did have a double in there from Brennan Bay.
Watch for a fastball up high or something in the dirt. Or not.
But Reed stays in the count.
Yeah, I think Green might have been as surprised as us to see that that pitch was kind of in the strike zone there on the 0-2 count. He really went for it, as he should, given that it's in the strike zone. Put a good swing on that, kind of just got under it a bit.
That one grounded to first. And the out is made, but it does bring Bozzella to third. Runner in a big scoring position with just one out.
Look, when you have no outs and a runner on second in a pitcher's duel, advancing the runner is a win. Doesn't matter if it's a ground ball out. If you can advance the runner, it's okay. So that's exactly what you're able to do. Now you have one out, so you essentially have 2 outs to work with here. You just need that runner to score. Something else to keep in mind, a little lazy out there, to be honest, at first base. It actually almost ended up being a close play because the pitcher was able to cover there. Something to keep an eye on. That's happened twice thus far. Rodriguez again back there. Really solid.
And it's almost as if they've sort of like said that, that Schaefer is going to run over and make that play, because it almost at times looks as if first baseman can just, Meth can just take a quick jog, get to first, but it's almost as if Schaefer's like, no, I'll come over and help out. As he gets Evans swinging on that one. Evans grounded out in the first inning.
And that can work. The only problem is especially when you have pitchers. Pitchers are notorious for, and obviously there's a lot going on. Sometimes they have lapses and forget to cover. At least when it works so long as the pitcher does cover.
That one is ball 2. 2 on the count.
Hitter's count for Evans. And interesting that we're seeing the pitching coach come in and he only wants to talk to Schaefer here. So it's not a defensive issue. It's not. I was about to comment on the fact that you see the fielder is not playing super far in, so they're not so obviously a hard hit ball. Maybe they consider throwing home, but they're willing to let the run in for an out, which shows you they have some confidence in their lineup. Actually, I believe we saw last week. I believe either in the Bates or Colby games, it was the second inning we saw the runners, the corner infielders come in on the dirt, on the grass, on the lip of the grass. It was a 0-0 game, runner at third, which is strange given how early it was. More conventional play here. Wonder what the mound visit was all about. Maybe just finalizing signs.
That one low, and once again Rodriguez has certainly.
He's earned his his salary there. But,
he's earned his post-game meal. 3-1 the count. That's better from Schaefer. Gets strike 2.
See, that's a lot of that pitch. I think it caught a lot of the strike zone. Maybe with a runner on third base, Evans tries to put a big swing on that. I'm sorry, without a runner on third base. With the runner on third base, maybe you want to look for your pitch to drive.
That one is fouled off to the left. It should be comfortably foul. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
This is a really important pitch for both Schaefer and Evans. With a runner at third base, obviously, the pitcher doesn't want to get a walk, but even more so, you cannot strike out here.
That one hit hard into left field. This could be a sac fly attempt.
Whoa!
Oh, and it gets over his head. So it'll be a double.
Wow.
Everyone was expecting that one to be caught, but Capone just seemed to lose. It didn't track back quickly enough. And we've got our first run of the game. A double from Evans bringing home.
Talking about strange. That's the second time for these outfielders. I mean, and it's not like they're playing the wall weird. This is just your typical feel. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a strong breeze. But the second time, both times for base runners, this inning you've seen outfielders look really unsure of themselves out there. That one ended up being really crushed. I mean, that landed, I think, almost on the warning track. Great piece of hitting by Evans. It's 1-0 Jumbos.
And the sun is out. As if we're starting to see the tide turn for the Jumbos. The sun shining on their home field here at Huskins.
And shining on Team Maria, the spirit, the leader of this team. Once again, I mean, I hate to be a broken record. Rodriguez getting down and dirty back there, keeping the ball in front of him. Really just impressive at this point. Schaefer is taking a really, yeah, I was going to say, Schaefer just, and I don't know if he was preoccupied at the runner at second base. He was holding that set position for a really long time. Good job by DiMaria, because you don't want to let, if a pitcher is going to sit there for 5-6 seconds, at a certain point, time to call time.
That one is fouled back. It's 1-1 the count. Runner on second with 1 out. Schaefer missing his mark, and after 2 pretty strong innings, he's having a few struggles here.
Yeah, well, you saw the cracks start to form in the last inning where I saw him lose a little bit of control. Similar pattern here, and the Jumbos thus far have been able to take advantage of it.
That one is hit hard, but popped up really high.
Uh-oh.
The out is made. Maybe 1 or 2 potential worries with the sun in the eyes, but the play made by Flanagan.
I mean, that's not a reassuring out if you're a Trinity defensive coaches out there. You're looking out there and you're saying, what is happening? I mean, you saw a lot of confusion. That ball was, I don't know, might have been the right fielder's ball, honestly. The center fielder had a long run ahead of him, was able to get there, but a lot of confusion, not really reassuring defensive stances and postures out there right now, which itself can get in a pitcher's mind when you don't think your defense is able to hold you back there.
That one high for Sowell, who struck out in his last at-bat in the second inning. Tufts, this is their 5th batter of the inning. Catcher up the plate.
It's another thing to notice is ever since Sowell struck out, we haven't seen another strikeout since. Of course, in 3 of the first 4 outs were strikeouts. Interesting change in dynamics of this game.
As we see that one go for ball 2.
And I think part of the reason is Schaefer's falling behind a lot of people. You see him working 3-0 counts. He's 1-1. He, instead of getting ahead 0-2, 1-2 like he really was doing in the first inning and a half there.
That's better from him as he gets a strike.
Jumbos have not put a good swing on a curveball yet. It's interesting to me. Those things look, I mean, from our perspective, they look like they're just floating. And, I mean, there's a lot of movement on them for sure, but, I mean, especially when it catches it lands at the belt. I mean, that catches a lot of the strike zone on its way in.
That one low again. Three, 1 the count. 2 outs. Runner on second. And Sowell is walked. So now we got runners on first and second to bring up Brendan Bake, who, of course, doubled in his last at-bat.
And I should have mentioned this when the first Jumbos run came in. That is actually the first run allowed, earned or unearned, for Schaefer this entire season. The Jumbos are the first team to be able to break through on him. So the scoreless streak does come to an end after, I believe, 11 innings. Oh, he put a good swing on that one.
Hard into center field. And is caught for the 3rd out of the inning. But Tufts get on the scoreboard. They started off the inning with a double from Bozzella. And then 2 batters later, Evans drove him home with that deep double to left field into the warning track, which Capone just couldn't track well enough. And Tufts have a 1-0 lead going into the top of the 4th.
Yeah, really good job by the Jumbos, and you finally saw some really good swings put on the ball. I mean, ironically enough, again, the first double was really not hit that hard. It kind of just landed, kind of confused the right fielder out there. But Evans put a great swing on that ball. That thing just carried. I'm not sure if it's the wind or what it was, but that thing carried all the way to the warning track. And even that last out was pretty loud to nearly dead away center. And what we saw is another hard hit ball. Now leading off for the Bantams in this inning will be Cronin, then we have Flanagan, then we have Capone. And of course, all three were part of those four straight strikeouts that we saw. So they've made up the first three of those four straight strikeouts. So they really have not been able to bat on the ball at all on Mayer thus far. We'll see if the second time around makes any difference.
Leading off for Trinity at the top of the fourth inning, the designated hitter, number 2, Robbie Cronin.
And Cronin up to the plate for the Bantams as we're entering about the midway point of this 7-inning game. Of course, the second game of the doubleheader will be 9 innings. That one is a good pitch to start from Mayer. Strike one.
Yeah, and this will be the second 9-inning game that the Jumbos play later today, the first being yesterday, where they were able to win handily. Good pitch. Good pitch. He's mixing in that off speed early on in the count, and clearly Cronin is not expecting that. He was not prepared for an off speed pitch. Throws it for a strike. 0-2 now.
Ooh, that one fouled back. Cronin, who was struck out in the first inning, he is one of 5 Bantams players who has not left home plate. That one is popped up high. It will be foul. DeMaria and Bay were both interested in that, but not going to get there.
Yeah, DeMaria, seems like every game, DeMaria always, one way or another, ends up having to run. You always see like 2 or 3 balls down that line that just end up getting out. Never, very rarely down the opposite way, but a lot of times, there's a lot of plays being made in the foul territory here.
Swing and a miss. Mayer gets a 6th K of the game.
The center fielder, number 24, John Flanagan.
And Mayer, what he's able to do that right now, you can tell, he has full command of his off-speed pitches. He's throwing them, and he's getting whiffs on basically on almost every pitch he throws, besides, of course, that one. But that's when you know that he's really in control, when you can locate your off-speed, when you can generate swings and misses. He's been able to do that thus far, and that's why he's only given up 1 hit.
And that one is fouled back.
Of course, Flanagan struck out as well in his first plate appearance in that second inning, part of the second inning series of whiffs generated by Mayer out there.
That one is hit hard and will get through. A single to center from Flanagan.
It's a good solid piece of hitting by Flanagan. He took the fastball. Didn't put a great swing on it by any means. I mean, it barely left the infield, but he located it well, solid piece of contact. Now he's on first base.
The left fielder, number 10, Vincent Capone.
And Capone is up to the plate.
Flanagan has attempted to and stolen 2 bases on the season.
And that pitch is a ball. So that was Mayer's second allowed hit of the game. He allowed a single back in the 3rd from Matthews.
Interesting, they mixed it up this time. No pickoff on the first pitch, pickoff on the second pitch, however.
The 1-0 pitch. That one foul back.
Yeah, Mayer's really rearing back and just throwing it right now. Has really got some good velocity on that, kind of blew it right by him, although that wasn't the best location. It wasn't definitely middle part of the strike zone, was hittable for Capone. Capone on the season, of course, does not have too much power, but he has had 3 doubles as a triple, so he's getting extra bases, about one for every 3 hits out there, which is pretty typical of this Bantams team. Many more singles than extra bases.
Capone swinging for that one. It's a 1-2 count. He, of course, was struck out in the second.
Another off speed, generating a swing and miss. That's been Bantams have yet to put any solid swing on an off speed pitch by Mayer.
Just missing his mark, and of course, I think it was comfortably checked his swing there, Capone. Trying to maybe make amends for that double, which led to the run, although maybe I'm also being a little harsh. Oh, and the throw misses! And the runner advances to third base. Flanagan getting there. And Tufts now, we're in a solid position, maybe looking for out number 2, but now 1 out, runner on third. Capone, now was it called?
So I believe
Was Capone called out there? Because he's not up to the plate right now. It's Tessino up to the plate. And
yeah,
it was called a strikeout.
Yeah, it looked like they gave it. I think he went around on the swing. I guess the home plate umpire made that call. Which, of course, is the saving grace for the Jumbos. Given
Tessino up to the plate.
Runner gets the third. At least you do get the strikeout. Now 2 outs. Just need an out here. Good pitch. Good pitch. Great pitch.
1-2 the count. 2 outs. This is the closest the Bantams have come to scoring with a runner on third. And they need Tessino, who struck out in the second. Doesn't want to have that same fate again. But he has that same fate. Cameron Mayer again with a strikeout. Strong inning.
Tessino did not like that call. He did the exact same thing he did in the first inning in his first plate appearance on the backwards K. He kind of stood in the batter's box, moved his feet a little, and then walked away dejected. And he's still complaining on his way back. Clearly did not like either of those strike calls. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's out, and the Jumbos get out of the inning.
So we go into the bottom of the 4th. That was Cameron Mayer's 8th strikeout of the afternoon. He has been immense. As Schaefer now comes to the mound, has progressively gotten a bit more difficult for him each inning. Had a really immense first inning where it was so easy breezy, but then since then it's been a little tougher. Allowed the first run of the game in that 3rd inning. All the hits that he's allowed 3 hits, all have been doubles. But, you know, to be fair to him, you know, he's only allowed 1 run, 3 hits in 3 innings pitches. That's still pretty solid.
No, yeah, I mean and you see he has the stuff, and it's always easy. It's always good for a pitcher that even when you get in trouble, when you have the stuff, you know you have the stuff to be able to shut people down. He's been able to work around jams so far. I mean, it easily could be 2 or 3 up there for sure. And it's obviously not. It's only 1. 1 run in 3 innings against such a vaulted Jumbo's offense. There's nothing to be ashamed about. And you're right. And even the 3 doubles that we've seen, 2 of them, right? 1 was a ground ball got by the infielder, kind of bad luck as they call it, because usually when ground ball outs are always, ground ball doubles are always considered bad luck. And you saw a little bloop out there. So he hasn't been giving up that much soft contact.
As we've got Duffy at the plate, he was walked in the 2nd inning.
And Duffy, if you really think about it, was the one who following Bay's double. I mean, he really, that was when you first saw the cracks. Of course, Bay's double came on the first pitch, and then you saw Duffy come up and work a good plate appearance. Finally got to Schaefer to throw some balls, to miss his locations. It was really pivotal at bat, I'd say, in this game.
They got Duffy swinging well out in front there. 1-1 the count.
Yeah, don't want to see that on that little loopy curveball landing on the plate. That's in there, I think, yeah. Really solid job out there. Duffy didn't agree with the call. He thought it was, I'm guessing, a little outside. Doesn't matter, though. Obviously, at the end of the day, the umpire's call. And good start for Schaefer this inning. It was really just impressive the way he was generating swings and misses, hitting his spots. That's really what we saw in the first inning, if you remember right to Reed, where he just kind of mowed Reed down and kind of went from there.
That one fouled back. As Burgess at the plate. He grounded out to the shortstop, but was able to stay on base, made it to first. As that one is popped up high. And the out is made. So 2 outs there.
Like we said, always a lot of foul outs on this first base line, it seems. Sowell already had one, and we made the great catch over there at the fence. Another one here. A couple other attempts for Di Maria that kind of tailed out of play. But, yeah, a good play out there. And Schaefer, and seems to be back in control as we see a nice soft ground ball right there.
And that is 1, 2, 3. Schaefer back to business. Cortez grounding to DeSano there.
No runs, no hits, no Trinity errors, and no runners left on base.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds you of the first inning, where the first inning went by that fast, when Schaefer was just throwing pitches by people and then generating some weak contact. Exactly what you saw right there. And it's a really important, like you said, at the top of the inning, right before, which feels like it was about 2 minutes ago because Schaefer had such a quick inning, that he really hadn't been pitching that bad of a game. I mean, just because they're losing, it's 1-0. I mean, and you can see that right there. He still has that stuff to keep the Jumbos in check, and you just gotta hope at this point that Mayer's able to keep doing what he's doing, because runs are gonna be hard to come by, still going forward.
Yeah. I believe Schaefer got a strikeout in that inning as well, so that brings him to 4 strikeouts on the afternoon. Combined with Cameron Mayer, that's 12 batters so far that have seen strike 3 come and go.
50% of all outs have been on the strikeout. Some quick math for you. But, yeah, I mean, that's what like we thought we might see at the beginning of this game. We thought we might see a pitcher's duel because we had Cameron Mayer, who hits 3-0. We had Schaefer, who hadn't given up a single run this year and had a great 2018 stint last time he played a full season. And that's what we've been rewarded with. Has it been perfect? Has it been completely clean? No, of course not. But overall, just 2 really strong outings thus far.
So Mayer in his last inning, all of the outs were strikeouts. Of course, a single by Flanagan. And he did get to third base. Flanagan he stole for second. The throw missing both Bozzella and Burgess, who tried to make the out, so he was able to advance to third. But now coming up against the catcher Rodriguez, who flew out to center and hit the ball hard.
Good pitch, right at the knees. Rodriguez probably. You always like to see the catcher's reaction when they're at the plate because they know better than anyone else on the mat, and besides the pitcher, where the strike zone's been. He didn't think that was a strike. Oh, dipped a little too low there. I think that's a fastball and it's caught right there, maybe a strike, but because you always have almost that bias against off-speed pitches when they're low, even though they kind of tail into the strike zone. Hey, there you go.
Got a shot there.
Fastball basically at the same spot as both the first and the second pitches. Difference being, I think it was just a slight teensy bit higher, so Sowell didn't have to frame it that much. Mayer is really in a rhythm right now.
That one fouled. It's a high pitch, fouled over our heads.
Like we were talking about with Schaefer, when he's in a rhythm and he's getting the ball from the catcher, he just goes to the mound and throws. Mayer's doing a very similar thing right now. He's going to the mound and he's throwing.
Low.
Which again, when you have a doubleheader of a combined total now of 16 innings, because the 9-inning game coming up after this, don't think anyone's going to complain about a fast pitcher who's making his pitches.
That one grounded and gets through. Burgess unable to make the play. Good start for the Bantams here in the top of the 5th. The hit from Rodriguez.
Look, that's a really tough play by Burgess. One thing you did see there is his glove was not extended right away. He didn't extend his glove until after he had started his dive. And that's something a lot of players do. And it's obviously really hard in the heat of the moment. I bet if he could have that back, he'd try to have his glove extended right at the beginning, because maybe he's able to get there. But that ball was hit really on a line. It was really a solid piece of contact, probably the hardest piece of contact we've seen from the Bantams thus far.
As Oming Jarrett up to the plate. Mayer allowing just his 3rd hit of the afternoon.
Rodriguez is 2 for 2 on the season when he's stealing.
And that one into foul territory, comfortably caught by Peter DiMaria. And then first out of the inning.
Another foul ball out over in the first base line. But that's really important for Mayer. After giving up a solid piece of contact, that's a quick 1 pitch out. Now you have 1 out. Now you're less worried. Great job to fight through, and good read by DiMaria to get there in plenty of time, making an easy out on himself. 1 out for the Bantams.
And now Matthews up to the plate. He's been the Bantams' most productive offensive threat, as that one fouled off to the right. Walked on his first at-bat. Single in his second at-bat. He has come to the plate on the odd number innings.
Yeah, like I said, Matthews and I believe he is a freshman out there. He's leading off as a freshman, along with him as well as Sean Meth. They've been freshmen really contributing to this team. Good pitch right there.
And he was not happy with that pitch. You could see him talking and still in conversation.
This is the most vocal we've seen a player thus far, maybe in this game. He said that's outside. He made a very clear motion. The umpire told him to get back in the batter's box.
That one driven hard and into right field. And a big cry there from Matthews, taking his frustration out on that ball and getting his 2nd hit of the afternoon. And the Bantams in a strong position here.
I think that cry, that excitement was mostly at the bench, just a little bit at the home plate umpire, kind of saying, fine, if you're going to call that, let me just do my own thing here. Good piece of hitting. We've seen 2 really solid pieces of contact for the first time string together in this game for the Bantams. Both from right-handers going to right field.
Mayer, gets away from Sal. The runner might come home. He's going to stop. And now we've got runners on 2nd and 3rd. And this is the first time Karen Mayer has been put under some considerable pressure here at Huskins Field.
Yeah, you really didn't want that. Of course, not only does that get rid of the double play, but you get something in the outfield. This could be a 2-1 game. Oh, boy. Mayer's really got to buckle down and to make some really tough pitches right here. With 1 out, obviously, this is a critical batter to be able to keep that runner at 3rd base.
Does not get the strike there, so it's 2 balls now and no strikes. Coming up against Dylan. Fouled out in his first at-bat. Was hit by a pitch in his second.
And the issue, I normally say when you have runners on 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, it's not the end of the world if you walk him, but when you're in the heart of the order, it can be a problem. Good pitch, big pitch right there to get himself back in the count.
Needed that one. It's 2-1 the count. 2 runners on base.
Yeah, he really needed that one. And that's huge to be able to just take your best fastball, throw it by him. You don't need to worry about hitting a spot, just get it by him. He's able to do so right there. Oh, man.
Called low, and it's 3-1 the count. Mayer needs to make a big pitch here.
Again, it's not the end of the world if you walk a base runner with runners at 2nd and 3rd, because of course you put the force back into play. Problem is you have one of your best hitters coming up on the Trinity side in Meth.
That one was high and well inside, and we've got bases loaded with 1 out. And Mayer, after 4 really strong innings, has now allowed 2 hits this inning, a walk as well. We've got Meth up to plate, a pop out to 2nd, a fly out to left in his 2 at-bats, but he's got the bases loaded here in the top of the 5th. And hits that hard into left field. It's going to drop. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. And Trinity have turned this game around and take the lead.
mean, that's just a good piece of hitting. There's not much to be said about that. I mean, first pitch in, and he just turns on it. Third hard line drive we've seen this so far. Not good. Not good at all. I mean, these are not weak hits by any means that we saw at the beginning of the game. These are really solid pieces of contact. And yeah, all of a sudden, I believe maybe for the first time, the Jumbos have actually fallen behind here at Huskins.
And Mayer gets back and gets a strike. And you just got to feel, you know, first time in his sort of test career here, he's been put under some pressure. That one low for ball one.
And what have we seen? I mean, it's the storyline for the Bantams all season is that the freshmen, Matthews and Meth, getting singles, and Meth, of course, driving in with the 2 RBIs. Really impressive contributions.
That one fouled back. So it was Meth who brought home Rodriguez and Matthews.
And this is the first time in a few at-bats that we've seen Mayer actually be able to get ahead of a batter. Of course, that's the staple of his success, is getting ahead of people. Let's see if he's able to do something here.
That one again fouled back. So he's in a solid position in this at-bat.
Yeah, and I do believe, I think 2-1, runners on base, getting hit around a bit. I do believe, I can't tell who, but we do have some action for the first time in either bullpen, which of course makes sense. Yeah, obviously, hope Mayer can get out of it. 2 runs is not too shabby thus far, but I want to see him get some outs.
That one ball, of course, you know, to allow 2 runs in a game, yeah, as you said, not bad, but when it's a really close game where the runs are few and far between and the Tufts offense has recently not been doing much, you know, any run can make a big difference. That one hit in play and gets through. We'll see if...
They're going to hold him at third, I think.
Tufts doing a good job. Brendan Bay doing a good job throwing that into Sowell. Holds the runner at third, but once again, another bases loaded opportunity.
And this has been the story for the Bantams all season. They don't do it by power. They don't get extra base hits. They don't do anything like that. They just hit singles. I mean, how many singles is that now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I believe that's now 5 singles. Sorry, no, that would be 4 singles and a walk. So essentially the equivalent of 5 single bases.
And 3 singles to right field in this inning.
And that's really what's important. I mean, that's the story of the Bantam season, is they generate offense by doing the little things. And I mean, that's what we've seen so far. And to be fair, these have been really solid singles. I mean, they've been good, solid pieces of contact. Mayer's going to be left in there for now. Coach Casey, of course, went out, which obviously, whenever the head coach goes out, sometimes can indicate a pitching change.
Just trying to maybe get Mayer focused and ready to go. But it looks as if maybe if it gets worse, then we will see a pitching change. And it's Flanagan at the plate. He's 1 for 2. Single to center field in his last at-bat. He was struck out in the second. Mayer needs to get back to those strikeouts. But he's got 3 base runners to deal with.
Corner infielders have come a little bit in. 2-1 game, pitcher's duel. Ball in the infield to either corner. I think the play is at home here. Middle infielders probably trying to turn the double play.
Trinity know that in a game so close as this, they need to take this opportunity, as that one's popped up high.
Come on.
The play made by Brennan Bay, and they do get a big second out.
Absolutely critical. Cannot overstate how critical that out is. I mean, the difference between 1 and 2 outs with the bases loaded is everything, because now you just need 1 out. You don't have to worry about sacrifice flies. You don't really have to worry about where to go in the infield. Huge out. Great pitch by Mayer to generate that. And most importantly, even though it was in the air, it was so shallow the runner had no chance to advance.
Capone at the plate. He has struck out 2 times in his 2 trips to the plate.
Pitch. That's gonna catch the inside corner. Capone didn't think so. Took a bit of a step back and took a little gaze at the umpire, but doesn't matter. Mayer makes the pitch. It's 1-1.
That was high. 2 on the count.
Of course, runners still at every base, nowhere to put this batter, so Mayer does have to make some pitches here because you cannot walk him.
The 2-1 pitch. Jumbo's in a jam. That one hit hard into center field. Reed going back. And makes the play. No.
Yeah, I think he caught it.
He caught it. He caught it. We were just waiting for assurance there. The fans in right field seem to think he made the play. The Trinity runners kept on going, but the out was made. What a play by Reed to save Mayer and keep the score at 2-1. But the Bantams take the lead.
Yeah, let's talk about that play first off. What a play back there. He looked a little on tracking it, but he made up for it with an incredible play out there. He was able to make the catch. A really incredible play, saving honestly, probably 3 runs at that point. That ball hung up long enough that I think all 3 runners might have been able to advance. Huge, huge play to keep this a 1-run game. But like you said, the Jumbos do fall out behind. For the first time, I believe, all season at Huskins, they are now losing, especially late into this game. And the storyline has been, I think, their offense. It's been silent. I mean, look, 2 runs, obviously, when you're so used to absolute dominance from Jumbo starting pitching here, you say, oh no, 2 runs. But really, at the end of the day, you can live with 2 runs in 4 innings. That's not bad at all in a 7-inning game that gives you 3 or 4 runs in a game. You're okay with that. It's about the hitting right now. The Jumbos need to get those bats alive.
Well, just a quick run through of what happened there in that 5th inning, where the game has really come to life in terms of for the Bantams. They started out with a single to right from their catcher Rodriguez. Omi Jarrett with a foul out, and you just felt, okay, you know, Mayer's in a strong position here with an out, but then Matthews, after being a little upset with a strike call, came back, got a hit to right field. There was a walk, brought it to the bases loaded. Meth brought home, I believe, the 2 runs with a single to left field. Cronin then also had a single, got it back to bases loaded, but then a pop out from Flanagan to right field, and then a big play by Reed as we start the bottom of the 5th with a strike from Schaefer.
Well, if you're looking for someone to generate offense, Nate Bozzella was able to do so. Of course, he eventually was the one who scored in the 3rd inning with his leadoff double. So Nate Bozzella on top of the order. This is prime opportunity for the Jumbos. Of course, what we always say is whenever someone makes it out in the outfield, it always feels like they're off to bat the next half inning, and that'll be true for Reed.
Oof. Again, that's at least the 4th or 5th time that the ball has come to in front of the plate from Schaefer, but you know, he's still pitching pretty well.
Yeah, he loves to live down there. He's throwing so many balls in the dirt. I think I'm losing count already. Okay, that's low. Isn't that 2? That's 2.
That's
okay.
2.
Yeah.
I think he got a little trigger happy there. The umpire was ready to do a strikeout call, but that's only 2 strikes with 2 balls as well.
One of the more embarrassing things an umpire can do. Good eye right there. On that strike call, I honestly thought that was a little low, which is why I think might have got lost in there, considering the umpire calling strike 3, and we were all like, what's happening? But I did think that came in a little low. Interesting that he was able to get that call. Full count now. Big pitch.
Oof, that was hot. Oh, he's called strike 3. Bozzella felt that it was ball 4. But Schaefer getting back to those strikeouts. It's his 5th of the afternoon.
Just based on the way Bozzella reacted up there, it looked like that might have been a little high. He thought it was high and inside. You've seen that. I will say, what you want at the end of the day is consistency. And as far as arguments, you've probably seen that consistently on both sides where I think hitters are generally a little upset, which is okay. As long as it's on both sides, at the end of the day, if the umpire is consistent, then you got to live with it. I think that's what we've seen so far.
We've got Reed at the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the day. A strikeout and a ground out to first.
There's that hanging curveball. I want someone to hit that thing. I mean, it's coming in there. It's at letters. I mean, whenever you're throwing a curveball at that speed at the letters, it's there to be taken. That's in there. Oh. Oh.
Oh, yeah, the Trinity bench there felt like that was going to be a strike,
I mean,
a big yelp from them.
I mean, just based on the strike zone, as far as I just go into my whole rant about how consistency, I thought that.
So that's grounded to third. The play is made. Strong throw from Dylan and good first base play for Meth.
Good play out there by Dylan. Obviously, it was hit hard enough that he did have the luxury of not having to rush it, which was, of course, critical at the end of the day. But still, probably straight across the diamond, really basically touching third base at that point, and a really solid play.
And we've got Evans to the plate now. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Last at bat in the third was a double to left field, which brought home Tufts' only run of the game, as that one's hit hard into left field. It's high. It should be caught, and is by Capone. A easy does it 1-2-3 for Schaefer. He has been immense in this game going into the top of the sixth.
Yeah, I mean, really just impressive. I mean, there's no other way to put it. His command out there, even though he's been missing low, I think if there's one thing you'd say is maybe he can make a couple pitches, get pitches out of the dirt. But either way, he's just been really, really, really impressive out there. I mean, maybe it's that graduate year wisdom, but either way, and we will see a pitching change out there.
And who's coming on, Scott?
Well, I believe we'll have Spencer Langdon. I think we saw him last week. Spencer Langdon is Tufts' resident graduate student, so I envision we'll be seeing at least an inning of graduate versus graduate student. And Langdon has had 3 appearances. He has 1 save on the season, 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned run given up. He's walked 2 on 6 strikeouts.
Your attention, please, now pitching for the Tufts University Jumbos.
That gives him an ERA of 1.8. Very respectable thus far. See some graduate on graduate student violence. Coming up for the Bantams, I believe we'll be seeing Tesseno, Rodriguez, and Omi Jarrett, 7, 8, 9.
And just a quick reading of the stats for Cameron Mayer. It was 4 really strong innings, and then just that 5th inning where it was a bit of a struggle, but he ends the day 5 innings pitched, allowing 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, did have 8 strikeouts, and also 1 hit by pitch as well. But 4 of those hits came in that 5th inning. The runs also coming in that inning, and 1 of the walks as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, in 5 innings, 2 runs, there's nothing, that's not too shabby at all. It really isn't. I mean, it's obviously you can look at the score and say, well, Tufts isn't winning. But when your offense only gives you 1 run, I mean, there's only so much you can do. And he definitely obviously ran into his struggles like you mentioned last inning. But you're right, 4 really dominant innings. I mean, you can't expect a pitcher to be perfect. That's totally unreasonable. And he went out there and he battled through the 5th inning. He was able to keep the damage down, honestly. Bases loaded, I believe, 1 out, right? So only allowed 2 earned runs to get in. So look, he was able to fight through it, and now it's really up to both the bullpen, but also, of course, the offense to get Tufts back into this game.
And Tesseno sees the first pitch called ball, but he swings and misses at the second pitch, 1-1 the count.
Tesseno has not been happy when he's been up there. He struck out twice. He's both looking. He's not been happy with the strike zone at all. One of, I think, the many on both sides today.
But he hits that hard, but it's going to be comfortably foul in that left field territory.
This is actually what we saw last time, I think, when Langdon does not have the same velocity as Mayer, which, of course, velocity doesn't make a pitcher, but, of course, it's always something nice to have. What you see there is actually, I wouldn't be surprised to see Bantam hitters a little out in front of the ball on the fastball, just so used to Mayer's little extra kick that Langdon doesn't necessarily have.
That one is popped up.
That's going to land, I think.
And it's going to land. And it was Bozzella and Duffy there. Almost had a bit of confusion about where the ball was as well. It drops in for hit number 7 for the Bantams of the afternoon. First one for Tesseno.
That needs to be caught. Either way, I mean, it's a tough play for sure. I think you want to see, I believe, Bozzella up there at short. You want to see him make a bit of a harder effort to get there. I think he kind of assumed that the right fielder was out there, but the way the wind is out, the wind is blowing, it's wreaking havoc on the ball. You need to be ready for kind of anything.
That one is hit hard into center field. It should be comfortably caught by Reed, and is for the first out of the inning.
Big out. Unfortunately, I don't want to say unfortunately, but kind of reminiscent of what we saw last inning that preceded the damage, which was quick single and a quick out. So hopefully this inning goes a little bit differently.
So that put Rodriguez at 1 for 3. Tessino, who got the single, is 1 for 3, and now the 0 for 2 Omi Jarrett. Strikeout and a foul out in his at-bats.
You can just tell the Bantams' posture up there. They're being much more aggressive on the ball. They were always aggressive to begin with, but especially when they feel like, I think they feel like Langdon is throwing a more hittable fastball right now. You can just tell. And they're going up there. They're getting their cuts in early.
Just check in there at first. And just, something that you were talking about earlier, Scott, about the Bantams and how they don't hit for power. All 7 hits, singles.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story of their season.
That one low, so ball 1.
And that's how they generate their offense. And look, it worked. I mean, they were 3-1 going into this weekend. Obviously yesterday, and they still got 7 hits, right? So I mean, that's not too shabby. But when you have a team like the Bantams, it's all about stringing the hits together. That's the one thing they successfully did last inning.
The runner's going. Can the out be made at first? Yes, it can. So good defending there from Spencer Langdon. The pitcher was never going to make the double play on that play, but he gets the out at first. Runner does advance.
Yeah, that's a really good job by Langdon out there. I mean, obviously your instinct as a pitcher is go to second base. When the runner's off, it's a soft hit ball. You don't have a chance there. He calmly collected it, was able to make that throw, and a good throw over at first base. And, of course, now here comes the jumbo killer, Jack Matthews.
Matthews at the plate, 2 for 2 on the day. Single to center, single to right.
The wind has really picked up right now. If the ball's hit in the air, that's gonna be a problem.
That one grounded to short. Can Mazzella make the play? Yes, he can. Caught the throw. DiMaria had to bend a little bit, but they get a big out going into the bottom of the 6th.
That's a huge play. That's a huge play to make up for, I think, the miscommunication out there to start the inning. No damage done. Good, solid recovery. And the wind, again, has really picked up in the last minute or so.
A call to wake up is the cry from the Tufts bench as they go into the bottom of the 6th. Schaefer still out there. He has been impressive. He'll face off against DiMaria.
Schaefer's only thrown 73 pitches thus far through his 5 innings of work, so he's well positioned to stay in there for at least this inning. That's the one thing, is he's had quick innings. Obviously the Jumbos were able to get to him a little bit in the middle innings there, but otherwise when he's been on a roll, Lucas, he's been having these really, really quick innings. That's been the big thing for him, and that can obviously do wonders to keep the pitch count down.
Well, Tufts, in their last 2 innings, it's been 1, 2, 3 for the out, so they need to get back some offensive production. The 2nd and 3rd inning is where they really caused some problems. And I believe it was in the 3rd inning where they scored their sole run. But since the 3rd inning, it's been tough.
Yeah, but at the very least, you have the right hitters up, obviously. And to be fair to the rest of the lineup, this is a really strong lineup, all top to bottom for sure. With DiMaria, Sowell, and Bay. Bay, of course, already being on base with his double. DiMaria and Sowell being your big power hitters. When you're only down 1 run, you can take 1 swing.
That one hit hard into left field. A good start. DiMaria getting a single. Finally, just what the Jumbos needed.
Finally, someone turns on that hanging curveball. I mean, it's not doing enough out there. I mean, that curveball is sitting there. When he doesn't throw it in the dirt, it catches a lot of the plate. DiMaria was able to sit back and he absolutely roped that ball. Finally, I'm glad to see it. The Jumbos are able to get on bases.
As Sal at the plate. Was the PA calling a lineup change? Or?
I believe there was a defensive substitution. Unfortunately, was not able to catch what it was.
As that starts with a strike to Sal.
I believe it was on the Trinity side. If we are able to catch it, we'll let you guys know.
That was Schaefer's 4th hit allowed of the game, first since the 3rd inning.
Maria getting the uniform dirty. Definitely not someone that is necessarily a risk.
We got a hawk flying over. Maybe it will bode Tufts some good luck here in the bottom of the 6th. Sal was showing bunt.
Yeah, I definitely understandable with no outs. At the same time, Sal, of course, is a power hitter. He can do a lot of damage. It's one of those things where maybe it was a different part of the lineup, you'd say, yeah, go for the bunt. Wonder if he's going to try to lay it down again or go for the full swing.
Checks back.
Of course, Di Maria, not necessarily one you think that's going to be a candidate to steal outright here. Trying to keep him close for sure, because obviously every base, every batter matters that much more in a one-run game.
Again was showing bunt, and again the pitch was low, so it's 2-1 the count.
Yeah, I mean, again, look, the Jumbos are committing clearly. They think, hey, we need 1 run. We need a runner in scoring position to do that. And especially if they're going to try to lay down the bunt, and hey, if he's not going to throw him a strike to get the bunt down, then that's still a win.
That one hit hard! It gets through into left field. Di Maria's going to hold it second. 2 straight singles from the Jumbos.
Was rocketed. I mean, that was one of the hardest line drives we've been able to see so far. Wow. And I mean, that one was really right at the third baseman. It was hit so hard. I mean, it's kind of this thing where because he fakes the bunt, you get the third baseman to come in a few feet. That made all the difference right there. When that ball is hit so hard, you have no reaction time, no play to be made. And all of a sudden, Sal does much better than a bunt. Here comes Brandon Bay already with a double thus far.
Yeah, Bay with a double in his first at-bat, flew out to center in his second at-bat, but Schaefer, after 2 really strong innings in a row, is now under some trouble. No outs, 2 runners on base.
There's that hanging curveball. It's the thing that Di Maria would destroy. I wouldn't be shocked if Bay maybe tries to bunt. Now it's a different story. You have runners on first and second with no outs. Yeah, I think the Bantams recognize that as well. You see the catcher Rodriguez out there trying to making some motions about who's covering who, what base are we going to?
Dylan and Meth, the third and first baseman's playing really close. Oh, they're closing in.
Yeah, they went all in. That's you can see they're sending both infielders. They are making a play. They might want to play at third, as you can see. They're not giving up that by any means. You see the shortstop sprinting to third base. Now with 2 strikes, you probably don't put the bunt down. But I think it was a really good job by the Bantams to kind of I'm guessing that probably threw off Bay, seeing that defensive alignment. That's out.
Bay doing a good job just to watch that one go ball, as it's a 1-2 count.
The most important thing here is advance the runner, right? I mean, if you can get the runner to third with 1 out, that's fine. You've done your job. Just don't strike out. Don't strike out.
But he does. A big swing and a miss from Brandon Bay. That's what the Bantams needed. Schaefer getting back to business as Duffy comes to the plate.
Yeah, talk about exactly what the Bantams ordered. Huge strikeout. Huge strikeout. He got him with that curveball as a better location than I've seen thus far. Probably was still in the strike zone, but had a little more movement, a little further away. Now it's up to Duffy to try and get this run home.
Duffy struck out in his last at-bat. See strike 1 come by.
That's where, I mean, Schaefer's really shaped up. In the last couple batters, he's hitting his spots. That's where he's hitting this down and away pitch. Those are really hard to bunt, first off. I'm really impressed with the way he's managed to get his control back.
And another solid pitch again. He loves those ones that just seem, from our angle, just seem to just float over the plate, and no one wants to swing at them.
It's really impressive, his control right now. That's in there.
Strike 3. 2 big strikeouts in a row from Schaefer. And now, after 2 singles allowed, it's 2 straight Ks, which brings up Burgess to the plate.
Schaefer, it's remarkable. Giving up 2 rockets, that should get in the head of any pitcher. And he's come back and been absolute lights out with his location. He's hitting his spots. He's making great pitches. It's just genuinely really impressive. Schaefer looks so calm out there, both in his delivery and his stance and his presence. No matter what happens, you have to hand it to him. He's pitching an unbelievable game.
Huge at bat in this game. This could be a pivotal point in the bottom of the 6th.
It's a curveball.
Again, the classic Schaefer pitch, getting a strike to start this crucial at bat.
And it's something with Jumbos I want them to pay attention to. That's 3 batters. He's at least in this inning. He started them off with that curveball in the strike zone. It's hittable. DeMaria was able to recognize it.
Fouls that one back. Schaefer in a very strong 0-2 position. 0 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second.
And even without fans, the energy is palpable. You have both benches creating so much noise. They recognize the gravity of this at-bat. That's in there.
Strike 3! Oh, that's a big-time play from Schaefer. The bench is out. Everyone out for that one. What a pitch. What an inning as we go in to the top of the 7th. Incredible stuff here at Huskins Field.
Possibly the 3 best at-bats I've seen from a pitcher facing any stress thus far this season. That was truly incredible. To give up those first 2 rockets, all the momentum seems to shift straight to the Jumbos. They have runners on base, no outs, runner in scoring position. And Schaefer is just so calm out there, making his pitches to strike out the side after that. Truly incredible. And that's also just so defeating for a Jumbos team that obviously has been starved for offense. To see the runner that's that close, to start it off, and then to just be essentially shut down by such a dominant pitcher. It takes the air right out of you. Even though, of course, they have 3 more outs to try to do something. It's an uphill battle, and I feel like it just got that much harder, especially if Schaefer stays in the game.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see. His pitch count's probably around 90, probably getting between 90 and 100 right now. Will be a really interesting decision for the Bantams what to do with him.
I gotta say, in my 4 years on JumboCast, in what could maybe be my last game broadcasting, that was probably one of the most thrilling things I've seen. To be honest, that was incredible, and the emotion showed. That was pretty special to watch. And Schaefer just absolutely dominant there. That strikeout, and when just the passion after getting that 3rd strike, the whole bench coming out as well.
Right.
Pretty incredible. But Jumbos still have an inning to get back in this game.
Absolutely. And obviously, as Jumbos fans, we're of course a little biased towards that. But at a certain point, you have to recognize just how incredible that outing was. Those 3 at-bats were just truly remarkable.
As we've got Dylan at the plate. Fouls that one back, so it's 1-1 the count. Dylan is 0 for 1. His last 2 at-bats was 1 hit by pitch and walked in his last at-bat.
Yeah, hey, he got on base. That's all you ask for from him. He's been able to do so. He's been able to set up Meth, of course, with a key single, and he's on deck.
That one at the feet, 2-1 the count. That one, fouled close by to us. 2-2 the count. That one fouled off to the left.
That's in there. Yeah.
Strike 3 called. I don't think Dylan was too happy with that one, but good way to start the inning for Langdon.
Looked like a good pitch to me. I think this is more of a combination of Dylan just not expecting that kind of more, and also a product of him being upset at himself, because that was definitely hittable. But he wasn't ready, I don't think, and he got caught frozen. Great pitch by Langdon. He's come in and he's pitched really solid, and when the Jumbos have needed him most.
And now Meth at the plate. He has so far. That's a strike 1 to, or well, I believe I'm probably calling tip, but his 2 RBIs right now are the difference in this game that came in the 5th.
Oh, give him that. Come on. I thought that was a strike. I mean, we've seen a couple of pitches right at the knees be called. That might have tipped a little below the knees, but it looks like it came across the plate at the knees.
Again, it was a low pitch, and again, ump not given to him, so it's 2-1 the count with an out here in the top of the 7th.
That's in there.
It's gonna get that one.
Got him a couple inches higher. Didn't tip below the knees. The glove didn't. Good job back there by Sal. Huge pitch now, 2-2. Good location. You can live there all day.
Swing and a miss. Strong pitch there from Langdon. Second strikeout in a row.
Really good pitching by Langdon. Obviously, the momentum after that incredible performance by Schaefer was all with Trinity, and Langdon's been able to go out there and really just kind of calm this game down, get some really, really big outs.
And he starts off this bat against Cronin with a strike.
Honestly, not that great of a pitch. I was a little, for that speed, a little high, caught a lot of the plate, but hey, you can get ahead in the count. No harm done.
That one called ball.
Good job out there. Able to hold up his swing was Cronin.
The 1-1 pitch.
Good
swing and a miss.
Reared back and just blew it by him. Obviously, still not the same velocity that we saw earlier from Mayer, but he put a little extra pop on that, got it by him, and now he's ahead in the count once again. Dipped a little low. Yeah, that one definitely dipped a little low. It's still a really good pitch. When you're ahead in the count, you can absolutely live with that because it's tempting enough that it should generate a swing and miss every so often.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Sort of half hit there to Burgess, which ends the side, and Tufts go into the final inning, bottom of the 7th, down a run. They need to score at least to send this to extras. 2 runs wins this ball game as rain is starting to come in here at Huskins Field.
Lucas, I don't know about you. I didn't dress for rain, but hopefully it sticks to a drizzle because my papers won't survive rain either. But up for the Jumbos in their biggest at-bats of the season thus far, you'll have 7-8-1. You'll have Kyle Cortez, Nate Bozzella, and Miles Reed. Obviously, all hitters with power, with the opportunity to be able to tie it with 1 swing of the bat. But you only need 1 run. You're not looking for a home run. Just get on base. And look who's back out there.
Schaefer looking to go for a 7-inning complete game. So far coming into this inning, 6 innings pitched, 5 hits allowed. He has 1 run allowed. It was earned, 2 walks, but 8 strikeouts. He has been immense. And that last inning, that bottom of the 6th, was 3 straight strikeouts after 2 singles allowed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was truly, those 3 at-bats were some of the best at-bats I've seen. Majors, college, I mean, it was really impressive. Obviously, from a Jumbo's perspective, you got to have a short-term memory, or you got to have a selective memory. And remember, the first 2 at-bats of that innings where the Jumbos put great swings on the ball.
And it is Schaefer versus Cortez. Cortez over 2 on the day. Was signaling for a bunt.
Well, I like the idea. Look at where the third baseman is playing. I think he's actually taken a few steps into our left to kind of account for that, but he was way in the shift. So there's a lot of room out there if you wanted to bunt. I don't hate the idea.
That one called strike. It's 1-1. Cortez has 2 ground outs, both of them to Tessino at second base.
That's right in there. There's your curveball. That was a good curveball, though. I don't think Cortez was ready for it. Now 1-2. You're right. This both ground balls. He hasn't put a great swing on the ball yet.
That one's low.
Huge leave. That's a tempting curveball.
Yeah.
I think if you're Schaefer, you might want to have that back and maybe throw it about a foot further. But still a good pitch. Good job by Cortez to lay off that, at least for now.
Swing and a miss. That's 4 strikeouts in a row from Schaefer.
And now it's up to Nate Pizzella with 1 away. Look, you could tie it with a home run, sure, but anything here, get on base, just do something, put the ball in play, good things happen, right? Just don't, you hate to see the strikeouts.
Pizzella is 1 for 2, doubled in his first at-bat, struck out in his second at-bat. Fouls his first pitch here in his third at-bat.
I think that hit a car.
Yeah, it did. Pizzella, the one Tufts player to touch home plate and score a run.
All the way back in that third inning.
When the sun came out.
Yeah, we thought, remember you were saying, will this shift our fortunes?
Yeah.
The sun is out, and now it's raining. What does that mean for omens?
Again low, and that takes the helmet right off of, or the face mask there for Rodriguez. 1-1. Oof! High into the hands there. Schaefer a little wild with that pitch. Tufts needed to get someone on base, as you said. They do get it with Reed coming to the plate.
Interesting. You saw a little, I wouldn't say argument. I think it's a fair question by Rodriguez. Did he lean into that? Because obviously he kind of exposed his arm but I think it's a product of him almost actually going to swing, realizing it's coming in. He was able to hold up. He got hit by the pitch. He didn't make a clear effort to get hit by the pitch. I think it's a good call to award him first base. Huge for the Jumbos. They don't ask how, they just ask how many. And that's 1.
That's 1 runner on base. Tying run at first base, Pizzella. Winning run at the plate, Reed. He has not been productive today. He's 0 for 3, a strikeout and 2 groundouts.
Don't forget, though, he made arguably the game-saving catch out there in center field.
That coming back in the 5th. That one hit
right.
hard, and it stays fair.
He should go. Yeah, he can get
Pizzella pushing for third and gets there. Tufts in a strong position here. Big play from Reed.
Unbelievable. Miles Reed has been unbelievable this season, and he is making his mark heard on this game. Out there in center field earlier, saving the Jumbos in that 5th inning, and now again with a huge piece of hitting and a tying run. Only 1 away. Is sitting 90 feet away.
And now we have got Evans. He's got Tufts' sole RBI. Having a quick chat there with the third base coach. Winning run at first. And as you said, they just need 1 run. They just need 1 run to send it to extra innings, so a sac fly could do.
That has to be the mindset right now. As we see a mound visit.
Now, this is the interesting question. Do you leave Schaefer? And he's been superb. He was in a little bit of a jam last inning and got out of it strong, but now...
I think you have to.
Keep him in?
The only reason you would take him out is if you think his pitch count's getting too high, which it could be. It's probably well over 100 pitches now. I think that's what this discussion is about. They're saying, do you feel comfortable? Can you make your pitches? Are you able to? We've seen no motion yet to the bench, so no indication that he's coming out.
Well, just a quick run through his stats so far. He has pitched 6 1/3 innings right now, has allowed 6 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts. Does have a hit by pitch.
He's coming out.
A big call. So
Wow.
Schaefer comes out at 6 1/3
Wow.
innings pitch. Will they rue this, or is this the right move, bringing in a fresh arm?
I'm guessing they think it's a pitch count thing that his arm, because obviously he has pitched admirably, and you can see he's getting hugs out there in what could be his last pitching appearance of the season. Really, obviously depends on how this goes, and as a graduate student, who knows, could be his last game. Again, depending on how these next couple games go. But either way, talk about high stakes. Can't tell. I believe
coming in?
I believe they're bringing in Justin Olson. Yeah, so that would be Justin Olson. And look, he's another one of these shutdown pitchers that Trinity has. He has 0 runs given up in the season, a 1.13 whip. He's 2-0 in his 4 games pitched. He's only pitched 5 1/3 innings, but he's in those 5 1/3 innings, he's only given up 2 hits. He has given up 4 walks with only 3 strikeouts, so it is something to keep. And he also has hit 2 people. So
don't want to do that.
Right, so if you add both hit by pitches and walks, he's averaging over 1 free pass per inning, which obviously you can live with for a bit. If it's first and third, it's not a fourth yet. This is going to be, I mean, talk about high stakes. What a situation to come into. First and third, 1 out, the game-winning run on base, the tying run 90 feet away. You got to make your pitches here.
As just a quick run through of this bottom of the 7th inning. Started out with a strikeout to Cortez, but then Bozello was hit by a pitch, and then Reed with the single to right field has runners on the corners. That was good base running from Bozello as well. He pushed and got there. As we start this at bat, Evans versus Olson.
By far the biggest at bat of the season. I mean, this at bat and of course any other at bats to follow will be the biggest at bat. Interesting that they are not they're not playing that far in on the corners. This surprises me. Ooh, he's got velocity.
Quick pitch, but it was low.
He's got some speed on that fastball. That thing is coming. That is humming in there. I think he's got much more velocity than we saw from Schaefer, especially towards the end when the fatigue started to set in.
Tufts have the chance to potentially.
That's up.
Potentially send themselves to the NESCAC championship if they were to score 2 runs here. They're 9-2 coming into today.
And for Trinity, it really is win or go home.
The 2-0 pitch. Not a great start from Olson. That one's hit high in the air, though.
I don't think that's
potential
far
sac
enough.
fly. We'll see. He's
going.
gonna go. No, he's not. He's gonna stay, and he maybe. If he had won for it, maybe would have gotten there because the third baseman stopped it, but you can never know. And as you said, it was just hit too shallow.
I think that's too shallow. Obviously, you could say, oh, it wasn't the best throw. Oh, the third baseman made not a great play. But you don't know that when you're sending him. I think that's the right call, is to send him and have him slow down.
And now it's DiMaria, the big man, the first baseman, single in his last at-bat.
I mean, look, if you're the Jumbos, who else do you want up right now?
And now there's conversation with Olson. And yeah, as you're saying there, Evans just didn't get enough on it, hit it too high and not far enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, the difference is there 10 feet, 20 feet. I mean, that's like, I think the other thing is if that's to left, I mean, that's the center or right field, you might be sending him because obviously it can take another half second to a second for the catcher to catch the ball and get that tag down. That, by virtue of that being in left field, the catcher catching it at the right angle, I think the third base coach made the right decision to send him home. As much as we could look back and say, oh, maybe he should have gone. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20.
DiMaria, senior, up against Olson. Huge at-bat in this first game of the doubleheader here in Medford. Tying run at third. winning run at first.
Oh,
Starts off with a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, you could tell the velocity's right there. I mean, he's got the speed, he's got the hum on that ball, but I don't even think Schaefer, despite out his dominance, I don't think he had that. That's a new animal to be going up there against such a faster speed and such little room for error.
That one's grounded to short. And the play is made, and Trinity secure a big win here in this double header. 2-1, the Bantams win against the Jumbos. And Tufts, well, they did have that comfort room of needing just one win from today. They'll have to get it in Game 2 to secure their place in the NESCAC Championship. That means they're 9-3 in the season. I believe that puts Trinity at 9-5.
Yeah, both teams, of course, now sitting at 4-2 on the season in NESCAC play. I guess the silver lining is you got the best pitcher for Trinity out of the way. The other silver lining is, I guess, for both teams is this is going to be a 9-inning second game. Full 9 innings. This is a decision made by, I believe, both coaches. They played 9 innings yesterday. So, and this is, of course, decided before this game. So what better way to close it out than with a full-on game to decide the fate of this division?
Well, it was the Alex Schaefer show out there. That 6th inning, those 3 straight strikeouts, getting them over the line in that inning. It was a strong outing. In the end, you have to feel like a pitcher's duel, but it was that 2-run 5th inning, all those singles from the Bantams, getting them over the line. And as we just quickly check the time here, the second game should probably start around as it was scheduled to at 3:30. We will be covering that, so stay tuned. I'm Lucas Pyle, joined alongside me, Scott Blatt, for this one. Trinity winning it 2-1. Stay tuned short for Game 2 coming in at around 3:30. Take care.
Welcome everybody into the second game of this doubleheader, Tufts versus Trinity. It's all on the line now. Whoever wins this game will be the NESCAC East representative against the NESCAC West. And I'm Trevor Russo. Joining on color is Andrew Howe. And Andrew, we just saw an incredible pitching duel for two teams that have hit quite well this year.
Yeah, one of the best games that we've seen just in terms of game quality, I would say, from the Tufts Jumbos against Trinity today. Cameron Mayer, unfortunately, getting that loss despite pitching super well in this game, and it just unfortunately ended up in that 2-1 loss. But Trevor, while I am a student from Tufts University, always want them to win. As a pure sports fan, this is what we want. This is the do or die game, win or go home, for the NESCAC East Championship.
Well, this is a purely impartial sports network, Andrew. I'm shocked that you would even make the suggestion. But yes, we are looking to see an incredible game. Of course, Tufts winning the first game at Trinity 8-0. Great result for them there. An incredible pitcher's duel that you just saw in Game 2. That was a 7-inning, 2-1 victory for Trinity. This is going to actually follow the tradition of, the before times where it was a 9-7-9 game, so this will be a 9-inning game. So buckle up. We're going to get a lot of baseball action for you today. As you can see, warming up for the Jumbos is number 31, Brendan McFall, and he pitched a gem against Colby a couple weeks back.
Yeah, he earned himself that NESCAC Pitcher of the Week award for that game. 6 shutout innings against Colby led the Jumbos to a 17-0 victory. But following him on the field, we are seeing a couple of adjustments in the defensive positions for the Jumbos to start this game off as McFall finishes up his warm-ups. We're going to have Ryan Dawes at third base. Clay Sowell is going to be in the DH position, and behind the plate is currently junior Connor Bowman. And then in the outfield, we have Jackson Duffy in left, Jimmy Evans actually going from DH out into right field, and Ozzie Fleischer playing at second base, replacing Will Burgess. So no Burgess or Cortez to start this game off.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise on our end, but of course, this is going to be a long one. I definitely think we'll see them at some point in this game, but right now, to lead off the final do-or-die game here in the NESCAC East, we have, of course, lead off for the Trinity Bantams, the shortstop, Jack Matthews.
Matthews coming in, one of the top hitters as a freshman for the Trinity Bantams, hitting .380 coming into this weekend. Had a great game just coming out here, and here's the first pitch.
And delivery from McFall, fastball in there for a strike. So good start here from McFall. Of course, Matthews last game had a walk in the first, a walk in the third, a single where he was up to third, and a single. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch there by McFall. And now the freshman is in an 0-2 count.
Expect to see some off speed here, out of the zone. Don't want to give Matthews anything to hit here.
And did he go around? They are going to say he did not. And I believe almost trying to apply the tag was catcher Connor Bowman. I think I saw his bat go across the plate, though. That is a surprising call to me, at least.
Well, Trevor, there's a reason there's an umpire over here, and he probably has a bit more training than me and you, so either way, you'll take it. It's a 1-2 count right now. Brendan McFall will try to end this at bat here.
Well, of course, got to respect these umpires coming all the way out here to Huskins Field, and that is a bit inside and low for ball 2.
McFall capable of getting into those low 90s on the fastball. However, really does enjoy pitching that off speed. That slider of his, definitely killer if he can get ahead in the count.
3 strikeouts on the season, all coming in that 17-0 win against Colby. Here's the pitch. And strike, but they're going to actually say I think it was foul. So a foul tip for McFall to stay, or excuse me, for Matthews to stay alive in this one.
Jack Matthews, definitely somebody that you don't want to have on base to start this game off. Very capable of getting on base, and once he does that, a threat on the base path. 8 stolen bases coming into this weekend, and he's going to try to get on here.
And that is strike 3 looking. That's a looking K for Brendan McFall of Jake Matthews.
And Jack Matthews did not expect
Jack
that
Matthews.
off speed at all. The changeup coming in beautifully for McFall, getting the Jumbos into this first out of the game. And now coming up is going to be Patrick Dillon, another strong hitter.
Yeah, apologies there. Jack Matthews, not Jake Matthews. Of course, Dillon's. I believe he's going to line this. It's going to stay fair. Di Maria is going to take it himself, and a quick out there for the Jumbos, out number 2.
Very smart play coming out from Peter Di Maria, the junior, a very tenured player here on this Tufts lineup, knew that the ball was just about to go foul, so made sure to get in, hustle in, get to the line, make sure that that ball stayed fair to get the easy out.
And now we've got up to the plate the first baseman, Sean Meth, their big slugger, 386, average on the season, over 1,000 OPS. That ball's going to be a strike, actually, a bit of a late call there from the umpire.
And while Meth did have a good game earlier today, was coming out of a 1-10 weekend against Colby.
Fastball in there a bit low, I believe. 1-1. Meth grounded out to short, or flew out to short, to second, excuse me, to left, as that's a foul ball there. To second, to left, singled, and then struck out in the 7th. So a 1-for-4 day for him earlier on the day.
And McFall's one pitch away from ending this inning very quickly. Expect some off speed here to try to throw off the batter.
Yeah, close to doubling his K count on the year. We'll see if he gives him something off speed. Oh, it's a fastball, but a little bit outside there, 2-2.
What a beautiful pitch from Brendan McFall. The umpire didn't decide to give him the call strike there, but you're going to take that pitch any day of the week. It was exactly in the spot that he wanted, and honestly, it's probably better that it wasn't that far into the zone.
Yeah, of course, he's got 1 home run on the season. And that is a backbreaker of a strikeout. Oh my goodness, the curveball from Brendan McFall. I thought Sean Meth was going to double over there. Great stuff, 2 Ks for Brendan McFall, and we are going to see you in the bottom of the first.
Leading off for the Jumbos in the bottom of the first inning of Game 2, the center fielder, number 4, Miles Reed.
Right now, getting the call for the Jumbos is the standout center fielder, Miles Reed. Actually, the NESCAC Player of the Week and All D3 Player of the Week, facing off against Jimmy Fahey. And that one's going to be a little bit outside for ball one.
Incredible season this year, coming off into his junior year. His freshman year didn't play too much, didn't really do too much productively, but really stepped it up this year.
And that's going to be
Reed starting off just where he ended that first game with another single in the bottom of the seventh in game one, wanting to keep that streak alive with another base hit into right field. And Miles Reed, another player that you really have to be careful with on the base path, and with Jackson Duffy coming up, Jimmy Evans, sorry, coming up, expect a lot of movement.
Jimmy Evans having a ridiculous season as the first pitch is a little bit inside Evans. He delivers high off speed.
And the Tufts outfield has just been amazing this year, and Jimmy Evans just hasn't gotten as many opportunities, but really has been showing up when he was able to.
Bounce in front. Miles Reed's going to try to go to second. The ball is into center field. Miles Reed with a stolen base.
Eric Thronson not able to get the throw over to second base in time. Might have looked a little bit differently if the throw was just a little bit higher up, but now with the 3-0 count and a runner on second, definitely have to be scared if you're Jimmy Fahey.
Now you got to wonder if that was maybe a pickoff play designed to set up Reed just from the strange delivery there. But now Jimmy Evans batting .500 on the season. And that one's low again, and Jimmy Evans, 1, 2, 3, 4, he walks. And a great start for the Jumbos here in the bottom of the first for their big slugger, Peter DiMaria.
And already such a different level of energy that we have been seeing in the Jumbo dugout. We saw the last time the Jumbos came off of a loss against Colby, won 17-0, coming off of a loss in the first game of this doubleheader. Certainly on a very different track with 2 runners on already.
Yeah, DiMaria batting .353 on the season. OPS almost at 1,000. Say that about a lot of the Jumbo's hitters this season. That one's low again. So 5 straight balls. Actually, excuse me, that would be 6 straight balls if not for that hit by Miles Reed. So off to a very rocky start is Jimmy Fahey. He has not found the zone thus far in this game. And that one's outside again.
And when you think about the Trinity pitching staff, definitely have 2 really consistent starters, Schaefer being one of them after having such an incredible outing in that last game. Once you start getting past that, though, a little bit more shaky coming out from some of the arms here. Fahey having about a 6 ERA in the 3 games that he started this season. And right now, it's not looking too hot for him as the coach already wants to come out and have a little bit of a chat.
Yeah, Fahey, last time out against Colby, had a really nice start. 6 innings, 3 hits, only 1 allowed run, which was unearned. 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. But he's in a position to already walk more batters in the first inning than he did against Colby in 6 innings. And of course, we're seeing a meeting on the mound here, a bit concerning for Trinity in this do or die game. Coach Brian Adamski does not like what he's seeing, I imagine.
Certainly so. And Trevor, there's one thing we know about these pitchers is they both like pitching against Colby, but it might be a bit of a different story today.
Yeah, Tufts, of course. Class of the NESCAC this season. Trinity not far behind. The pitch is finally a strike call there for Fahey against DiMaria. A bit late again from the umpire, but just brushed that outer zone. 2-1 count for Peter DiMaria. That one is another strike, hitting that exact same location. And now after that mound meeting, it looks like Jimmy Fahey's sort of found the location he wants to hit DiMaria with.
Yeah, certainly so, and he's got to keep going on that mark because we already see some action into the Trinity bullpen, so Fahey definitely doesn't have much to work with.
And that one is going to be rifled and down for a hit into right field. Miles Reed is going to pull up at third, and that is going to load the bases with 0 outs for the cleanup hitter for the Jumbos, Clay Sowell.
what a nice piece of hitting by Peter DiMaria, getting that pitch, getting it into right field, just looping it in, making sure that he gets it down and on base. But Trevor, if there's anybody that the Trinity does not want to have at the plate with the bases loaded and no outs, it's definitely Clay Sowell, the extra base hitting machine.
Yeah, you can definitely say that about Clay Sowell. He has been phenomenal on the season. 421 average, over 1,000 slugging percentage, which is almost unheard of, as that strike from Fahey hits the zone.
And Sowell, who caught in the last game, had a really brilliant catch early on in game one. Now moving into the designated hitter position, just wanting to make sure that bat stays in here, even though he's not behind the plate.
And that is going to be crush but foul, almost clearing the yard on the left side here at Huskins. And right now, even though that was smashed, it's an 0-2 count for Sowell.
Yeah, just a tad bit early from Clay Sowell. You know he wants that one back. You could hear the sound off of the bat. Probably just did not hit that sweet spot, but definitely would have gone a whole lot farther if it did.
0-2 count here, Jimmy Fahey. And that is going to be hit very high, but not very far, and down is going to be, it's going to be caught by Yoshi Omi Jarrett, and that's going to be a run for the Jumbos, though. Sacrifice fly for Clay Sowell. Good stuff there from the Jumbos to get on the board early in this one.
And just given the distance that ball was hit by Clay Sowell, you would not have expected a sacrifice fly to come in. But you're talking about Miles Reed, the fastest member here of the Tufts Jumbos. So already having 4 stolen bases on the year, leadoff hitter for a reason, is able to get across the base pass so easily. And even though Omi Jarrett had a nice catch, had a decent throw, not enough. The Jumbos already on the board.
Yeah, Miles Reed, 4 stolen bases. Wasn't a stolen base there, but good stuff from him. That's going to be a strike a little bit low in the zone, delivered to Ryan Dawes, the third baseman for the Jumbos.
Yeah, Dawes missing a good portion of that 2019 season due to injury. Now sitting here with rejuvenated life in the 5 spot.
And that one is going to be a strike. Again at the knees, it looks like the umpires are really giving that low zone to the pitchers today.
And it's just something you got to adjust to. You know, normally these umpires are pretty consistent, and once you learn to establish where their strike zone is, you just have to try to get used to it, and early on, that's what these hitters are going to have to do.
Ryan Dawes hitting .227 on the season. That one a bit outside. So it looks like a tall strike zone we've got today here behind the plate. 1-2 count to Dawes. Pitch from Fahey hits the dirt. Good block there by Eric Thronson, the catcher, to keep Evans from advancing to third. 2-2 count here to Dawes. That one right in the strike zone, but they're going to say that was tipped, and that is a strikeout for Jimmy Fahey, his first of the day.
Yeah, just missed on that by Ryan Dawes. A nice job once again by Thronson to get his glove onto that foul tip and catch it to secure the out. And here comes Jackson Duffy with 2 men on.
Yeah, Jackson Duffy on the season, .313 average. Big swing and a miss there for Duffy. Strike 1 to him.
And as we were talking about a little bit earlier, Trevor, the outfielders for Tufts have just been really good. There's 4 super solid outfielders, with Duffy being one of them. Brandon Bay is the odd man out in this game too. Not going to be starting here in right field.
Low there on the off speed from Fahey. 1-1. Duffy going 0 for 2 with a walk and 2 strikeouts in the previous contest. Fastball there in for a strike. And it looks like potentially we could see Fahey get out of this inning relatively unscathed if he's able to get the strikeout here. And that is going to be hit high into right field, and they're going to catch that. Was Yoshi Omi Jarrett, was able to call off the second baseman Bennett Tiseno, and that's going to be 1 run for the Jumbos on 2 hits, a walk, and 1 strikeout there. So good stuff to Fahey. After that mound meeting, he sort of calmed down a bit. And we will see you on the other side. Top of the second coming up here at Huskins. Back with you here in this Tufts Trinity contest, top of the second here. A great start for Jumbo starter Brendan McFall. 1, 2, 3 in the first inning, and now we're going to see Alex Rodriguez, no relation, I think, starting off for the Trinity Bantams.
Well, Trevor, it's a good thing there's no relation, given that we're up here in Boston. Might have gotten a couple of things thrown at him on the way over into the field, but Rodriguez, one of the seniors here on this Trinity team, has been a consistent starter for the past few years, and following suit of the Jumbos of having their first catcher bat in the DH position at the cleanup spot. Rodriguez is in the exact same position.
Yeah, Rodriguez here at the plate is going to ground this to the shortstop, Vizella, who's going to fire over a little bouncer to Di Maria, but that is 1 pitch, 1 out here for the Jumbos.
Yeah, great play by Vizella, knowing that he has the time with the ball hit that hard, can wait for the hop to settle under him so he can pick it up and throw it over to first base. And already 1 man out in the top of the second.
The center fielder, number 24, John Flanagan.
John Flanagan now up for the Trinity Bantams. On the season, Flanagan has started in 7 contests, and he is going to rifle this one out into right field, but under it settling is Jimmy Evans, and that is 2 pitches, 2 outs right here for the Trinity Bantams.
Yeah, really hard hit ball coming out from John Flanagan, who does have 3 extra base hits on the year, just wrong place for that ball to be hit. Evans was right under it, settled under it, and already, as you said, Trevor, McFall has a chance to get out of this inning in single-digit pitches.
Yep, now we've got up to the plate Vincent Capone, the left fielder. Bit of sidearm delivery outside the zone for ball 1 against Capone. He is hitting .286 on the season with a .778 OPS. That one a little outside as well, so 2-0.
Capone, the senior, played around half the games last year. Unfortunately missed a good portion due to injury, but coming back on a very good note.
Third pitch to Capone here is going to be a strike. As we've seen, that low zone is going to get called all day.
Look for a breaking ball here from McFall to try to end the inning.
Yep, we see that breaking ball, but it is a bit too low, bouncing in front of the plate. So 3-1, and McFall is in danger of allowing his first base runner. Oh, excuse me, 2-2 count. So, apologies there. McFall favored right now. And that one is going to be skied high into left field. Settling under it is Jackson Duffy, and he makes the 3rd out of this one. So a ground out, a line out, and a fly out for the Trinity Bantams. 1, 2, 3, they go up and down. We'll see you in the bottom of the second. bottom of the second here. A quick first and second inning for the Jumbos on the defensive side. Hasn't really been the same for them on the offensive side. A 23 pitch inning for starter Jimmy Fahey, and now he faces off against Nate Bozzella. Bozzella is going to rifle that one high and foul to the left side for strike one.
Bozzella slowly working his way up in the lineup. Has been seen a lot in the 9-hole this year, but has had so many good performances, including that NESCAC Player of the Week weekend that he had against Colby, and now sitting here in the 7-hole, going to try to make some action here in the second.
That one is going to be a little bit inside for ball one. Bozzella last game doubled and scored the Jumbo's only run from that 9-hole spot. Struck out in the 5th and was hit by a pitch in the 7th. Got all the way to the 3rd, which would have been the game-tying run at that point. Gonna step out is Nate Bozzella. 2-1 count to him here. Fahey delivers outside and low on the off-speed. 3-1 count for Nate Bozzella.
And we're seeing the bottom of the Jumbo lineup here in the second inning, and you might think that might be a sort of sign of weakness, but with the players here, definitely not.
And that's going to be fouled out of play. Will it hit a car? No, not enough distance on that one.
It's just a lottery, having a car in the parking lot. Gotta just keep your fingers crossed, make sure, hope and pray that you don't have to go over to the auto shop to get anything fixed.
Word of the wise, park at Dowling. That's going to be a really quick fastball there from Fahey. Barely touches the bat, and Bozzella stays alive in the full count.
Got Bozzella, Bowman, and Fleischer due up here, all excellent hitters.
And that one is going to be struck into center field. Settling under the ball is John Flanagan, and he makes the out to make it 1 out.
Another hard hit ball from Nate Bozzella, unfortunately right into the center fielder's arms, and not the best start in the second inning, but a nice at-bat coming in from Nate Bozzella, working the count, and now with Connor Bowman up, it's another few pitches that you stick onto the arm of Jimmy Fahey.
Yeah, that was a 7-pitch at-bat against Fahey, so up to 30 pitches on the afternoon, and now he faces off against Connor Bowman, the catcher. Ball one.
Connor Bowman, a great defensive catcher, has had a lot of success at the plate as well.
And that's going to be grounded to the second baseman, Toseno. He's going to throw over to first, and Sean Meth makes the play for out number 2. Quick 4-3 there, and Trinity is in need of quick outs today.
Yeah, after that first inning, definitely don't want to extend that lead. Tufts just trying to get any sort of insurance that they can. A 1-run lead is definitely not the one that you can necessarily hold for very long.
Up now to the plate is Ozzie Fleischer in the 9-hole. That's going to be inside for ball 1. Fleischer in limited action has had 8 at-bats, has hits in 4 of them. A 1,100 OPS for the young player. That one low again from Fahey for ball 2.
Yeah, and with such an experienced veteran like Will Burgess typically taking up that second base spot, we've only really seen Fleischer in a couple of games, mostly in terms of defensive replacement.
And now Fleischer grounds that foul.
But in his action so far, the freshman Fleischer has definitely been very good. As you said, over a 1 OPS, has worked 2 walks in his 7 plate appearances, and has gone 4 for 8 so far in his career.
And that's going to be a stand-up swing for Fleischer. We're going to have a throw over. Good play there by Patrick Dillon to sort of sidearm throw it, and that's going to be the end of it inning. After the Trinity Bantams go 1-2-3, the Jumbos go 1-2-3, and we will see you in the top of the 3rd. Here in the top of the third, Brendan McFall, the starter for Tufts, has been very efficient. A 7-pitch inning last inning. And here he's going to face Tessino, Thronson, and Omi Jarrett. Right now we've got Bennett Tessino up to the plate for the Trinity Bantams. First pitch from McFall is high and tight for a ball.
Bennett Tessino gaining a lot of playing time in the recent days. Andrew Tuizzolo did play at the beginning of the year, and now it's just been Tessino taking over.
Swinging strike there for Tessino. Last game out, he struck out looking, and singled. Calls Centerville, Mass his home. The 1-1 swung and missed for strike 2.
And you can see a big swing coming out of Tessino there. While the average has not been super ideal for him so far, only at around 200 or so. 5 hits and 2 of them are for extra bases. So if he gets the bat on the ball, it's going to go far.
Yeah, those extra bases being a double and a home run. And that one's going to be low from McFall for ball 2.
Tessino doing a good job of working the count of Brandon McFall. After such a quick second inning, you're going to want to make sure to try and get the pitch count of McFall at least slightly higher than what it was in that second inning.
Yeah, Brendan McFall, we didn't mention at the top, but we should have, has a 0.00 ERA on the season in his 2 appearances. And that's going to be a high strike, swing and miss for strike 3. That is the 3rd K for Brendan McFall on the day and the first out of the 3rd inning.
And Tessino was not happy with himself at all. Knew it was a ball probably the moment he started his swing. It was just too late. Ended up whiffing on that one, and that's another strikeout into the resume of Brendan McFall.
Yeah, the ball placement was all over there for McFall, but it seemed to definitely fool Tessino. And now up to the plate, of course, is Eric Thronson, who today is playing catcher. Had a nice stop earlier in the 1st inning. That's going to be a ball, actually, a bit surprising there.
Thronson, the senior, split a lot of time behind the plate with Rodriguez back in 2019 as well. And now also getting his chance here behind the plate.
McFall delivers, and that is going to be a high pop near the stands behind home plate and almost hits a TUPD officer. She got out of the way in time, but that is strike 1 on Thronson, who is batting .313 on the day, or excuse me, up to this point with an .876 OPS. The senior catcher awaits the 1-1, and that's going to be rifled into center right field for the base hit. First one of the day against McFall. Throwing it in is Miles Reed, of course. And the Trinity Bantams finally, after a quiet day so far, they get on the board.
Very great job there from Eric Thronson. One of the catchers that has kind of lost a slight bit of playing time in recent weeks and recent months, with Rodriguez just starting majority of the games. But now getting his chance back here, getting another hit, and trying to prove that he deserves a spot in the lineup.
Throwing over to Di Maria is McFall. And Thronson is back to first.
Yoshiomi Jarrett is up.
Yes, Yoshiomi Jarrett to the plate, and another throw over to first base.
Omi Jarrett, another one of those players that has gained a lot of playing time in recent weeks. Again, the average hasn't been super high, but can definitely do some work here at the plate.
The first pitch to Omi Jarrett is flied into left field. Hustling on it is Jackson Duffy, and he is going to make the catch. Good hustle there from Duffy to make the second out of the game.
Very impressive stuff coming out from Jackson Duffy. And with a ball hit that high, it's really hard to judge where it's going until really late. You could see at the beginning of that play, Duffy was just slowly jogging, trying to gauge where the ball was. It was only until the ball started its trajectory downwards that he realized he had to start sprinting and made it just in time to get the second out.
And now up to the plate for his second at-bat is Jack Matthews, who was a strikeout victim, went looking in the first as the pickoff attempt. The third is unsuccessful. They are worried about Thronson's speed, but he hasn't even attempted a stolen base on the season.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's very interesting that McFall is continuing to look over to first.
First pitch is low for a ball against Matthews. Jack Matthews hailing from Westport, Connecticut, the first year leading off for the Trinity Bantams. Batting .386 so far this season. Good fastball there from McFall for strike one.
Yeah, and Jack Matthews has the most hits on the season, broke 20 in game one for Trinity, and has been super valuable at this leadoff position, and you're going to need a lot of it if Trinity wants to book a ticket to the NESCAC championship game.
Of course, I've been really impressed with Brendan McFall's fastball speed, by the way, as he delivers to the plate. Off speed there for ball two in the dirt. You're definitely right about that low 90s, Andrew. He can really blow it by them when they need it.
Yeah, and it's so impressive that Tufts has three pitchers in Mayer, Volgende, and also McFall who can hit that 90 mark, and it's just super dangerous, especially when you're playing these three-game series against really strong opponents.
McFall 3 Ks on the day, and that's going to be a foul back to the backstop for strike two. 2-2 count now on Jack Matthews, excuse me. McFall only having 3 Ks coming into this game, has 3 today.
And strikeouts are something that's super common among this Jumbo team. McFall, obviously, as you said, didn't get that many in his last start, but certainly earning it here.
2-2 count to Matthews is grounded over to third base. That's going to be Ryan Dawes throwing over to first, and that is going to complete the end of the inning. 1 ground out, 1 strikeout, and 1 fly out. Trinity does get its first hit, but they do not advance past first base. We'll see you in the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third here at Huskins. We've got Miles Reed, the NESCAC player of the week, leading off for his second at bat, followed by Jimmy Evans and Peter DiMaria. Now Reed is going to step to the plate. He singled, stole a base, advanced on DiMaria's single, and scored the game's first and only run on a sacrifice fly.
Miles Reed having singles in his last 2 at-bats, going to try to add to that here. Get the Jumbos started here in this third inning.
Of course, he was stranded on that first of the singles as he fouls this one back all the way into the parking lot, and oh, I think that narrowly dodged a car. You know, I'm sure multiple commentators have said this throughout the season, but please do not park your car in this parking lot.
It's a minefield, Trevor.
I've been having to deal with insurance lately, and I don't think you want to do that. That ball outside and very low for ball 1. Always a fun side adventure here at Huskins Field. Of course, the main event as Miles Reed skies this one high and foul near us, actually. And that is going to be a good catch there. Wow, making the catch is number 21, Sean Meth.
And honestly, Trevor, I didn't even realize that ball was still in play. Meth making a beautiful run all the way over from his position at first base. I was just so mesmerized by the ball traveling so high in the air and so close to us here in the booth.
I thought it was going to hit us. That's why I didn't see Sean Meth coming under it. But that is a foul out for the first strike. And that is a laser into right center field, but right to the left fielder, Yoshi Omi Jarrett, for out number 2. So 2 quick outs here against Reed and Evans, and now Peter DiMaria is going to have to do it with no one on base.
And that's yet another really unfortunate shot there from Jimmy Evans. It was a beautiful line drive just right into the arms of Omi Jarrett. We've seen a lot of stuff thrown into right field, and Omi Jarrett has really delivered so far in the position.
Peter DiMaria batting .353 on the season. He singled in the first inning, but was not able to advance past that, as that is going to be a called strike at the knees. DiMaria, of course, appearing on the JumboCast podcast at one point. You guys should check it out.
Shout out to Sam Brill for the interview.
Yep, Sam Brill, the Tufts manager, as DiMaria grounds this one to short. That's going to be Jack Massey throwing it over to Meth, and that is a quick 1-2-3. So an efficient inning for starter Jimmy Fahey, excuse me. Jimmy Fahey with a 1-2-3 inning, his first of the ball game. That's what Trinity needed, and they are going to try to get their pitcher some runs in the top of the 4th.
Trinity College Bantams, no runs,
Back here in the top of the 4th, I would like to make a quick correction. Actually, that was 6 straight retired by pitcher Jimmy Fahey. He retired, he went 1-2-3 against the Jumbos, bottom of the order, and 1-2-3 against their top of the order. So Jimmy Fahey, after a decently rocky first inning, has only allowed 1 run and kept Trinity in it with some fantastic pitching. Of course, if we're talking about fantastic pitching, we have to talk about what Brendan McFall has done today through the first 3 innings. Only had 32 pitches and allowed 1 hit with 3 strikeouts. Facing off against Patrick Dillon, the third baseman, who in the first inning grounded out to third unassisted. First pitch from McFall is going to be a check swing, and they're going to say he did not swing for ball 1.
And something interesting that I've noticed about both Bates and Trinity is they both played games in 2020. They had very shortened seasons due to COVID, but Dylan, the sophomore, did play 3 games and had 4 hits.
Second pitch there is fouled back and lined by the rugby field, out of play. So 1-1 count.
And the sophomore Dylan, really solid contact hitter, gets a lot of singles, gets on base. Exactly what Trinity needs right here.
And that's going to be fouled out of play again. Almost back to the same point, and 1-2, favorable count for McFall.
And you got a really strong portion of the lineup coming up here for Trinity. You're going to have Dylan, followed by Meth, and finally Rodriguez, so the 2-3-4 hitters. And this is probably a good chance for Trinity to try to make a move. Going to want to make a good impression here on McFall, get him at least working a few more pitches than he has been.
McFall delivers the 1-2, and that is swung on and missed. Strikeout there for Brendan McFall, and he is already surpassed his total on the season. 4 strikeouts today for the starter.
Excellent pitching so far by McFall, and really working a lot of the areas of the zones. As you said earlier, Trevor, the low areas of around the areas around the knees have been super valuable, but he's willing to work it or mix it up.
Yeah, the junior has been dealing so far today. Now faces off against Sean Meth, who grounds it over to the shortstop, Bozzella. Long throw for Bozzella, and not in time. Good hustle there for Sean Meth, and the second hit of the game for the Trinity Bantams.
And even though it is ending up with an infield hit for Sean Meth, props to Nate Bozzella. That was a very tough play. Got right past Dawes, but he was able to run all the way over there, make a running throw in the opposite direction over to first base. Just barely missed it in time.
Now up to the plate is Alex Rodriguez for his second at-bat of the day. Went 6-3 to lead off the second inning, so 0 for 1 is the slugger. Pickoff by McFall. Not going to get him there. Alex Rodriguez, of course, hitting .289 coming into today. Pitch over right down the heart of the plate for a strike.
And something interesting with the growth of Alex Rodriguez this season has just been his plate discipline. Had 27 strikeouts in 2019, only 5 so far this season. So not really looking to strike out here.
And that's going to be lined and caught! Great catch by Ryan Dawes. Kind of a falling down dive, but still got him, and Dawes retires the second man of the inning.
I cannot stress how amazing of a play that was by Ryan Dawes. Sitting in there in the hot corner, the reaction time needed to get down onto the ground and get the ball into the glove is just so incredible, and Ryan Dawes just showing off his defensive skills here on third base.
All right, now we've got John Flanagan, the center fielder, who lined out in his first plate appearance. Another pickoff attempt over at Sean Meth, who has tried to steal one base and was caught doing so on the season. McFall delivers the 0-0, breaking ball low for a ball.
Yeah, and unless there's some serious extenuating circumstances, probably don't want to be stealing against Connor Bowman, somebody who's exceptional behind the plate defensively and will be more than happy to try and throw you out at second base.
Pickoff attempt again. I think it's about the 5th or 6th pickoff attempt we've seen by McFall. What surprises me is I know Sean Meth is fast. We saw him make that foul play, but stolen bases have not been a big part of the Trinity offense this season. And now high swinging strike there by Flanagan. That was nowhere near the zone for strike 1.
Yeah, and as you said, Trevor, the stolen bases, outside of maybe Jack Matthews, who does have quite a few, it's not really prevalent amongst the lineup. And so interesting that they keep deciding to go to first, even when Matthews is not there on the base.
Yeah, so far, Bowman has caught 1 runner this season. Swinging strike 2, good off speed down in the zone. Excuse me, that was a fastball, I think. So going high and then going low is McFall, trying to end this inning with 2 outs, 1-2 count for the junior hurler. And that is a very high strike. Nowhere near the zone. Flanagan strikes out. That was a mistake swing right there, but that is the 5th strikeout of the day for Brendan McFall. That retires the side. 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and a line out for the Trinity Bantams, and the Jumbos will try to extend their lead in the bottom of the 4th. Off the back end of a nice game so far from Brendan McFall. He has 5 strikeouts on the day. The Jumbos are going to bring against Jimmy Fahey their designated hitter Clay Sowell, Ryan Dawes, who made that great play at third at the top of the inning, and Jackson Duffy.
And we were just talking a little bit during the break, Trevor, about how impressive the turnaround from Fahey's been after that first inning. Has really settled down, locked in, and is ready to go here in the fourth.
Has retired 6 straight so far. First pitch to Sowell is high. In the first inning, Sowell sac flew out to right field on a short sort of pop-up. That one going to be at the knees for a strike.
Yeah.
But Sowell flew out. It was a short fly, but Miles Reed with that incredible speed from third base to get the first run. So he has the ribby on the day for the Jumbos. Doesn't swing at that pitch in the dirt. Good discipline by Sowell. 2-1 count.
Yeah, and Reed just helping Sowell add to his growing collection of RBIs, now at 11 on the year. Tied for first, I believe, with Nate Bizzoa.
That's going to be swung out of play there for a strike. 2-2 count for Sowell. Of course, if we're talking about Sowell's offensive production, most of it's come in the form of an extra base hits. 5 of his 8 extra base hits this season are 5 of 6 hits, 5 of 8 hits. Oh, that's a strike 3. Great breaking ball, just as I'm describing his offensive achievements. He strikes out looking there. That was nasty from Jimmy Fahey.
Well, it's going to be really hard for anybody to hit an extra base hit off of a pitch like that from Fahey. Sowell really just was caught with his knees buckled there on that last pitch, and now with Ryan Dawes coming up, some action is definitely definitely due for the Jumbos.
7 straight for Fahey retired. Ryan Dawes takes that pitch high.
And Dawes did hit a grand slam earlier this year against Colby. We'll try to work some magic again.
And that pitch is inside just about. 2-0 count to Ryan Dawes, who struck out swinging in the first inning. Pitch from Fahey is low and outside, so a 3-0 count for Dawes. Now, Andrew, if we're talking baseball, one of the hot topics per se is, do you swing on a 3-0 count? What's your take?
Well, right now I would say no.
And he does not. That's going to be a strike down the heart of the plate.
I mean, the game is so close. It's 1-0. It's only the fourth inning. I mean, maybe if you're down by a lot or up by a lot, you might want to take that risk. But right now, definitely not the time.
3-1 pitch to Dawes, and that's a big swinging strike there from the third baseman to bring it to a full count. So good battling back here by Fahey. Dawes hitting .227 on the season. Does have a double and a homer. And that one is going to be, very close, but he walks. Good plate discipline there by Ryan Dawes.
Seems like Dawes almost tried to will his way to first base, trying to take off his shin guard and walk over to first before the umpire even made a call. But yeah, a good pitch coming out from Fahey. Just ended up right outside the zone, and now there's a runner on.
And maybe there's an argument to say that he was trying to make up the umpire's mind for him. Now we've got Jackson Duffy at the plate, and he fouls that one back to the backstop for strike 1. Jackson Duffy flew out to right field, I believe. From what I remember, it was a pretty deep fly out as well.
Yeah, another hard hit ball in his first at bat. Going to try to do some more of that here.
So that streak of 7 is going to end, and that's going to be no advance there from Dawes on the base pass. But I mean, of course, that streak of 7 straight retired was ended by the Ryan Dawes walk. So Fahey now having to deal with a runner on base. Was in a bit of trouble last time when that happened. That's going to be a huge breaker. The one that absolutely shook Clay Sowell is going to miss high.
Jackson Duffy was originally, as the right-handed batter, normally expected to just pitch to hit mostly against lefties, but has really shown up this year. And now with the righty on the mound, still going to be at the plate.
Yeah, Jackson Duffy batting over 300 this season. That's going to be a strike at the knees. So a 2-2 count I feel like Duffy's done a good job in these later innings of battling back in counts when he's behind.
And that's something that the Jumbos have really thrived in, just working these counts high, getting the pitch count up, and maybe working some walks.
And that is going to be very close and outside. Definitely wasn't too low. And now a full count here.
Yeah, and on the season, Tufts has only struck out 57 times, walked 51 times. Opponents, 97 strikeouts, 27 walks.
That is a ridiculous statistic. And that is going to be a good weight on the breaking ball. Going back on it is the center fielder, Flanagan, and he's going to make the running catch into the wall. He holds on to the ball. Oh, my God, he smashed his face on that thing, but still holds on to the ball. Oh, John Flanagan is a braver man than I'll tell you that much.
And what a play by him, running straight into the wall with no fear. I'm sure his left field partner, Capone, was just warning him that the wall was coming, but another really hard hit ball from Jackson Duffy just ending up in the wrong place.
Yeah, a bit of banter between Vincent Capone and John Flanagan. I'm sure Capone was glad that he was called off on that play. But now we're up to Nate Bozzella, who flew out to the very same John Flanagan his first time up. That's going to be first pitch to Flanagan is going to be low and outside. Flanagan's been pretty busy on the defensive side today. I feel like he almost made that great throw all the way across the diamond earlier. That's going to be another breaking ball from Fahey. That's going to miss.
Yeah, and Flanagan recently has, he was the consistent starter to start off the season, has lost a little bit of playing time recently, but coming back here, making some great plays on the defensive end.
That's going to be a hold, but a strike there.
And just like Tufts, the outfield for Trinity has been very volatile, a lot of very confident and very capable outfielders here, and so it's just a matter of time to decide who really ends up in those three positions.
Going back there. Excuse me, I think I've been saying Flanagan instead of Bozzella. Bozzella now at the plate. But Nate Bozzella, the junior, has had a lot of power. 5 doubles. That one's going to be grounded over to the left side. Patrick Dillon, long throw, and that's going to be out. Great throw from Patrick Dillon. Long decision there by the umpire, but that's going to be 1 walk, 2-3 for the Tufts Jumbos as we head to the top of the 5th. A pretty quick moving game here at Huskins Field. We'll see you on the other side. Here in the top of the 5th, we're seeing another pitcher's duel here in Medford, Massachusetts. Brendan McFall and Jimmy Fahey battling back and forth. And now we're going to see Capone Tessino and Thronson here for the Trinity Bantams against Brendan McFall, who has, I believe, 5 strikeouts on the day. First pitch is going to be grounded foul, not far from home plate. Capone flew out to left fielder Jackson Duffy, his first time out in the second inning. A 1-2. Capone is dropped in there from a strike. Off speed was successful.
What a beautiful pitch coming out from Brendan McFall, working that off speed. And Capone, somebody who's very prone to striking out, and down in the count like this, definitely scary.
0-2. Close, but not there.
Looks like it just missed outside.
Yeah. Like we said, it's been a tall strike zone, but not a wide one today for the umpire at home plate. McFall's 1-2 is going to be popped up very short. DiMaria is going to try to make the run, and now making the actual catch is Ozzie Fleischer. You said he was a defensive replacement. We can see why. He just pedaled past DiMaria, called him off, and made the catch.
Yeah, incredible speed coming out there from Ozzie Fleischer, showing why he deserves some more time in second base. And with a lot of different second basemen, you have Will Burgess, Patrick Solomon, and Fleischer as well. It's just been super impressive to see him play and earn a lot of playing time here in a very crucial game, to say the least.
Yeah, crucial is an understatement right now. Of course, 1-0 is the score, and now Tessino stands in the batter's box. Bennett Tessino takes strike 1 on that off-speed pitch. Struck out swinging in the third inning for his first at-bat. Right now we've been charting the pitches from Brendan McFall, and that is a quick strike 2. He's up to, he had 43 pitches through 4 innings. Up to 49 now. And good fastball, but a little high and inside. 1-2 count against Tessino.
And for McFall, keeping the pitch count down is super crucial, especially today in a 9-inning game. You had Silas Reed pitch 2 innings yesterday. It might not be up to speed here today.
That's going to be low in the dirt for ball number 2. Tessino, of course, batting .200 on the season in 20 at-bats. Has slugged well, though, in those at-bats. And he is going to rifle that one over to the third base side of the dugout. Good dodge there from number 11, Colin Mann.
Yeah, a bit of a fancy footwork right there, working some of his dance moves, perhaps, over in the dugout. Got to stay warm up somehow, Trevor.
Of course, all his teammates up on the top step. Same for the Jumbos. A lot of good teammates out here, it seems. And that's going to be a strike 3. Good swinging K there against Tessino. And he strikes out for the second time today. 6 Ks for Brendan McFall.
The catcher, number 15, Eric Thronson.
Now up to the plate is Eric Thronson, who singled to break the hitless streak for the Trinity Bantams in the third inning. First pitch to Thronson, a killer breaking ball from McFall for strike 1.
Yeah, and just given the amount of velocity that McFall has been able to throw with, seeing that changeup is just so devastating.
Yeah, McFall's had a great off-speed pitch. That one's going to be a little bit inside against Thronson to make it 1-1.
Thronson, as you said before, had a hit in his last at-bat. Had 14 hits in 2019 as well.
And that one, a fastball up and high. A little bit inside as well for ball 2. Eric Thronson from McLean, Virginia. Went to Potomac High School. 2-1 from McFall. That one's high and inside, the exact same location as the last pitch.
And McFall was not happy with the placement of that pitch. Quickly just motioned over to Connor Bowman. Yeah, that was my bad. And you're going to try to find the spot here with the count at 3-1.
Yeah, behind the count for what seems like the first time all day. And that's going to be a strike. Evens up at a full count against Thronson. Bit more pitches than McFall would have liked to throw this inning, but if he gets him 1, 2, 3, I think he'll take that trade. Full count pitch to Thronson. That's going to be grounded over to Ryan Dawes, who mishandles the ball, and that is an error by Ryan Dawes after the great play he made in that 4th inning. Just mishandles the ball, and that is the first error of the game.
Yeah, Ryan Dawes does have 2 errors on the season, make that a 3rd, I guess, with that misplay there. But yeah, I mean, after a lot of great defensive play that we've seen so far from the Jumbos, you're bound to run into one of these every once in a while.
Yeah, third base is probably the most difficult infield position, but still like to have that one back as first pitch to Yoshiomi Jarrett is fouled out of play. Omi Jarrett flew out to Jackson Duffy in the 3rd inning on the first pitch. Does not do so there. Omi Jarrett batting .222 on the season. Pickoff attempt over against Thronson.
Ethan Omi Jarrett has worked 6 walks so far this season, and so definitely has the discipline. And with McFall already pretty high in the pitch count, would be pretty valuable if he can keep extending it.
And that one's a bit low for ball 1. It seems that actually every single runner who has touched first base for the Trinity Bantams, McFall keeps throwing over that pickoff. What do you think that could be trying to do, especially against, as another pickoff attempt there, almost got him actually. Is that more to prevent someone from going to second? Because I don't think these guys are stealing.
Yeah, it could be a number of things. Normally, sometimes maybe if you don't pick off enough, can really make the lead a little bit larger here.
That's going to be fouled out of play for strike 2.
And so the pickoff might just be a sign, don't lead too far, and even if they're not really in threat of stealing, a shorter lead and a much smaller secondary could mean that if the single is hit into right field or something, batter could stop on second instead of going over to third.
Yeah, of course, trying to limit any offensive damage is McFall. 1-2 count, that's low in the dirt. Great stop there by Connor Bowman to keep it from going to the backstop. Pickoff again towards Thronson. I think that's the 3rd pickoff we've seen against Thronson. Seems like about 3 to 4 pickoffs every at bat we'll see from McFall, almost every single pitch. And that's going to be low for ball 3 and a full count. 2nd full count against Brendan McFall in this inning. Has been efficient so far through 4. He had 43. Bit more than that in this inning. Full count to Yoshiomi Jarrett. And that's going to be launched into right field. Running under it is Jimmy Evans, and he makes the leaning catch for out number 3. The wind may be playing a factor in that, getting knocked down, and we will see you in the bottom of the 5th in a quick-moving game at Huskins Field. Back here in the bottom of the 5th. We said it was a pitcher's duel a couple of innings ago, and that has remained the case. A lot of pitches thrown there for Brendan McFall in the top of the 5th. But so far, we've seen a lot of efficiency out of starter Jimmy Fahey, who enters his 5th inning of work, leading off against Connor Bowman. Bowman grounding out in the 2nd inning on his first at bat, and he takes the ball inside on him.
And you always have to be careful with using the word pitcher's duel. I remember there was a softball game against Bowdoin. It was a pitcher's duel, and then the game ended 11-8. So
okay, I'm going to stop using that word then as a
no, not at
strike
all.
delivered.
I mean, it definitely has been so far, Trevor. It just any moment can really be the signal, but right now it doesn't really look like that's the case with Fahey really doubling down here on the mound.
Well, Fahey's got him in a 1-1, and he hits that off speed a little late on it though, and it's going to bounce over a car. 1-2 count against Bowman. The pitch to Bowman is inside, just barely. Trying to frame it was Eric Thronson. Not going to get the call there from the umpire.
Yeah, not really giving up those corners on the inside and outside, and so now the count's 2-2.
2-2 off-speed pitch is going to be hit over the shortstop Matthews, who throws to first for the first out of the inning.
Yep, great play there. Rather routine, but any play is a nice one here so far, especially just given the strength of both of these offenses, Trevor. And you can see a sense of urgency really arising here for this Trinity team. You would think that Tufts would really be the favorites, winning 8-0 in that first game, but now really trying to make sure that they don't go down without a fight.
Yeah, you got to respect the Trinity Bantams. Showing bunt there is Ozzie Fleischer. Excuse me. They're going to call a strike there.
Yeah, Fleischer had that really nice catch earlier in the game.
He's got some speed, so not entirely unsensible. That one a little high and inside for ball 1. Fleischer actually has not stolen a base on the year and in his career because he is a freshman. That one low, but in the strike zone against Fleischer. Now a 1-2 count.
And you can hear just some of the reaction there from the Jumbo dugout, not really liking that pitch down in the zone.
Yeah, well, they're calling that every time today.
True.
And that's going to be very low. That one hitting the dirt for 2-2. That, I feel like the off-speed actually has not been very successful for Jimmy Fahey as of late. They've really been locating it very well. Got some hard contact against it, even though it has not resulted in hits or runs.
Fleischer with that 600 on base percentage, definitely capable of working these walks.
And he's going to swing that over. Toss to Fahey for the out, and that's 1 down and 2 down. A quick 3-1. Bit of a, yeah, feel like that was a bit of a check swing, right, from Fleischer.
Yeah.
I don't think he really wanted to swing at that.
Yeah, it just happens sometimes that it just happens to do like that. And Trevor, I was just about to mention, with the third time batters going around, looks like the coach doesn't really want to take any risk with Fahey and is going to pull him right here.
Yeah, but you have to really give it up for Jimmy Fahey today. Really strong stuff after a rough first inning. Only allowed 1 run through 4 2/3. And now on the mound for the Trinity Bantams, we're going to see Ian Brown on the mound, a 3 ERA, the first year from Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, an excellent choice for the Bantams to go with here. Sitting in the bottom of the 5th, you're definitely going to have to work a very large amount of time, especially considering that this is a 9-inning game, Trevor. And Ian Brown has had some starts so far this year, has looked pretty good, has struck out a lot of batters, averaging about a strike per inning. Also has been able has also again given up a couple of walks, and we know that that's something that Tufts really likes to capitalize on, working these counts really high. But Brown, definitely one of the top pitchers here, one of the strongest candidates to come out of the bullpen in this game too.
Yeah, Ian Brown making 3 appearances, has started all 3 of those appearances actually. He has a 150 whip, 12 innings pitched, 10 hits against, allowed 4 runs, 8 walks, which is a little high, but also 12 strikeouts. So unlike Fahey, this is going to be a guy who can get it done with the swing and miss category.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a bit of a difference between these two pitchers. Fahey has been more of a fan of, working these low pitches, getting these ground outs, getting the easy outs that way. Whereas on this side, Brown, as we said before, has a lot of strikeout potential. And so with Miles Reed coming to bat, we'll see how he really manages to go against some of the best jumbo hitters in this fifth inning.
Yeah, Miles Reed, definitely one of the best. Singled in the first, as that's a strike there. And I think that's a foul out as well. Quick working here is Ian Brown.
Yeah.
Ball there. Not a lot of time to look down at our score sheets, clearly. Quick worker is the freshman. Miles Reed going to take that one from a strike. Inside, but it hit the plate. Would like to close the book on McFall after this at bat. And that's going to be high. Good velocity on that fastball, though, from Brown. Miles Reed, NESCAC Player of the Week, stands in trying to get on base. And is that, I think they're going to say that hit his bat. So staying alive is Reed.
Yeah, it's given the depth, the perception, the angle that we're looking at, a little bit hard to tell what happened there, but it looks like the count is actually 3-2 now, so a bit of a full count.
Okay, so they actually might have said
glove of Thronson.
Okay, so that actually was going to be called a ball. Oh, yeah, 3-2.
Okay.
Yes, they are clarifying it is 3-2. The count is right on the scoreboard. And that pitch is going to be low, and Miles Reed works a walk. So on base for the second time today. The speedster with power, able to do it against as Ian Brown's first batter.
Yeah, yet another walk for Miles Reed. Make that his 6th of the season, and now with Jimmy Evans coming up, potential for a 2-out rally here for the Jumbos. Try to make Ian Brown a little bit nervous.
Jimmy Evans walked in the first, got as far as second, and lined out to Yoshiomi Jarrett in the third. Brown's 0-0 is going to be low and inside for ball 1. Try to do this quickly. McFall, 4 2/3 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 run earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and nothing else of note. Good outing, definitely, for McFall. Has no responsibilities on the current field. That's going to be grounded foul by Evans for strike 1. Last time out, Ian Brown pitched an inning and a third, allowed 2 runs and 4 hits with 1 walk and 1 strikeout. So a rough one against Colby on the 25th. Evans calling for time. Interesting that we haven't really seen any sort of pickoff throws against Miles Reed. You definitely think that, I mean, there are 2 outs, but don't want him to get too far of a lead. He's not really taking one, though. That's going to be low against Evans, 2-1.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up, especially compared to what McFall has been doing on the jumbo side, of just consistently throwing over to DiMaria. It's just a little bit of a different stylistic approach, I suppose, in the way that the coach and the catcher of Thronson are really trying to call what the pitcher is doing.
Yeah. First time for Evans against Brown, as there's no possible way they could have met beforehand. Brown's 2-1 is skied high into center field. Coming under it is John Flanagan. It looks like we might have a collision, but the catch is made. John Flanagan collided with, I believe, Bennett Tessino. Oh, and it looks like Tessino is hurt. He is buckled over. He's able to get up, but definitely shaken up. Was Tessino, excuse me, I don't think Tessino is in the game right now, actually.
The Jumbos in the bottom of the 5th inning
I think that's Robbie Cronin, who's number 2, if I'm not mistaken. And he is going to, actually that might not be. We will try to find out who that was. Yes, actually Robbie Cronin was in the game. A defensive substitution, and I think he hurt himself there. But a good play nonetheless by Flanagan, except for the fact that no one was called off and potential injury. So Brown walks Reed, and Evans flies out to center, and we will see you for the top of the 6th.
Jack Matthews.
In here in the top of the 6th, a pretty scary play there in center. And at the bottom of the 5th inning for the Jumbos, as now Jack Matthews starts the order anew against Brendan McFall in his 6th inning of work, and that one is fouled out towards the parking lot for strike 1 against Matthews. But we did fail to mention that Tessino actually was not the one who was injured on that play. That was Joe Cronin.
Robbie Cronin.
Robbie Cronin. I'm thinking of the Hall of Famer.
Maybe there's some sort of relation.
You know, I feel like Cronin's a good name to have in baseball. Is swing and miss by Jack Matthews, but hopefully he's okay.
Yeah.
It was almost entirely predictable that they were going to run into each other, though. That's going to be a breaking ball down and away to Matthews. 1-2 count now.
Yeah, and plays like that are so scary, just like those little bloop singles into the center field. You got the center fielder, second baseman, and shortstop all trying to make the play, and sometimes you get a bit of a miscommunication.
That's going to be grounded over to Dawes. He's going to try to make the long throw over to third, and he does. Peter DiMaria catches that, and Ryan Dawes makes up for his error in the last inning.
I feel like it's sometimes underappreciated just how difficult it is to throw all the way from the third baseline, especially pretty far back as Dawes was, all the way over to first base on a strike straight into DiMaria, getting that out, make it look routine even though it certainly wasn't.
All right, so now we have Patrick Dillon up to the plate, grounded out to first and struck out so far today, 0-2, takes that one for a ball.
And despite that unfortunate ground out there by Matthews, it's still a very good position for Trinity to be in to start off the 6th.
Oh, that one is high and very outside. Nearly hit Dillon there, but ball 2. Wild pitch, you might say, in lowercase w for McFall. 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed. Falls out of the glove of Bowman, but doesn't matter. 2-1. McFall's done a good job of battling back in counts today so far.
Yeah, after making some quick works in the first couple of innings, has had to work a few more of these counts as we got later into the game. Certainly doing a good job mixing up the pitches.
Yeah. The 2-1 is a strike. That one brushing the inside part of the plate, so 2-2. This is the longest at bat of the day for Dillon. Went first pitch swinging in the first and 4 pitches down in the 4th inning.
And you can see how much in disbelief Patrick Dillon was on that call. And maybe to be expected. I feel like a lot of the pitches that were slightly outside and inside haven't really been getting the calls today.
Yeah, definitely. Like we said, it's a tall but not fat strike zone. And that one is going to be outside just barely. Good hold by Patrick Dillon. And now a full count for McFall, who's up to 65 pitches on the afternoon.
Could be a bit of an inflection point here. A very crucial pitch coming up here for McFall.
Actually, excuse me, it's 65, around 74 pitches, and that's swing and a miss! Dillon is incensed, but that is a strikeout for McFall.
An absolutely massive strikeout there from Brendan McFall. And if that pitch did happen to go up in the zone, it would have been a runner on, 1 out with the 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up. So really crucial of McFall to get that out, get past this meat of the lineup, probably for the last time today.
Yep, now we've got Sean Meth, who struck out in the first and singled in the fourth. That ball is low and away to Sean Meth. That is the 7th strikeout on the day for Brendan McFall, who came into this one with only 3 on the season. And that one is going to be skied very high for Connor Bowman, and he is able to make the catch, a bit of a snow cone, but Bowman corrals that one for the 3rd out of the inning. And back and forth they go. No one scored. Will they in the bottom of the 6th? We'll have to see when we get there. Back here in the bottom of the 6th, we've got Di Maria, Sowell, and Dawes for the Jumbos. Of course, Robbie Cronin is still in after that pretty tough collision he took in the bottom of the 5th. Di Maria so far today has singled and grounded to short. First pitch from Brown is low and away for ball 1.
Di Maria, one of the bright stars here on this Jumbo team, has even gotten a bit of professional attention. So definitely wants to try and you know, keep going here.
That is almost an eephus-like pitch there from Ian Brown. I wonder what you could clock that at. I don't know, but it didn't look like Di Maria was very amused by it. He kind of just stepped back.
Yeah.
That one's a lot faster.
For sure.
For strike 1. Fouled over by the rugby posts. But Di Maria, what kind of professional attention is he getting? I'm actually quite curious to hear.
They've said that him and I think Ryan Dawes as well has been getting some looks from some certain professional scouts, and yeah, I mean, very rare to see from a D3 players, but Di Maria certainly is of that caliber, especially after what he had of an amazing freshman year, hitting .361, .542 slugging with 18 doubles and 40 RBIs.
Yeah, he has definitely been a standout in his career here at Tufts. Two is in the dirt to Di Maria, and that's going to bring the count to full. 15 pitches so far on Ian Brown.
DiMaria working deep into the count here. He'll start off the bottom of the 6th. Super crucial to do that. Once again, Brown is one of those starter caliber pitchers, so is known for working deep.
And that is a swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Ian Brown gets his first K of the game. DiMaria was fooled on that one.
Yet another really slow-moving but high volatility breaking ball there, moving all over the zone. DiMaria just wasn't really able to locate it on the off-speed and goes down for the first out of the inning.
Now we've got Clay Sowell up to the plate, the designated hitter. Has, of course, the only RBI in the game with his sacrifice fly to right and struck out looking in the 4th, as that is a swinging strike for an 0-1 count. That one a bit outside for ball 1.
Clay Sowell earning so much playing time this season, a lot more than a lot might have expected with Connor Bowman being such a strong hitter, but Sowell definitely doing the work.
That is a very fast fastball in for strike 2. Looks like Ian Brown's got a bit livelier of a main pitch than Fahey, so Jumbos will have to readjust. Don't have much time to do it, though. This is the bottom of the 6th. And that one very high for ball 2. I mean, Clay Sowell has just been unbelievable in the production department this year. The sophomore has 2 doubles, 1 triple, and 3 home runs, which for a catcher, triple is pretty impressive. Off speed, he's on it, and that one is rocketed, and that's going to be down for a base hit. He's looking to go to. Vincent Capone's going to try to throw it in, and the first extra base hit of the game goes to the Jumbos. Make that 3 doubles for Clay Sowell, and he is on second base. He just saw that off-speed coming all the way.
And right on cue, Trevor, we were just talking about his immense power, and especially how unusual it is for a catcher to really be putting up these kinds of numbers, but Clay Sowell is not your average catcher here in the NESCAC. Definitely putting up some incredible statistics, and now with that sac fly, with that double, has been one of the most productive offensive players here in this game.
Ryan Dawes up now to the plate. His first appearance against Brown. Big lead here for Sowell as that fastball is fired in for a strike. Now Ryan Dawes, we were saying how he's getting some professional looks, and it looks like the last Tufts University player to make the majors was Andy Spogniari in 1926. That's a swing and a miss.
Ages ago.
On Dawes.
It's an exciting time here in Medford.
Could be first jumbo player in almost 90 years if one of them gets drafted. Of course, that means they'd have to make the majors first. But an 0-2 count here on Dawes, and he swings and misses for strike 3. Second K of the day for Ian Brown, and that's the second out of the inning. Jackson Duffy walking to the plate now.
And such a big at-bat for Duffy. Has had a very high number of at-bats so far in this season, and now with the runner scoring position, one of the most important ones of his young career.
Yeah, and they're going to call a bit of a meeting at the mound. Thronson and the rest of the Bantam infield is going to come in to talk to Ian Brown. Of course, with the way this game is going, any sort of hit could be huge. I mean, and especially with Duffy, who has produced pretty well this season for the Jumbos, hitting .313 with 10 hits and 32 at-bats. You know, he's a candidate to break his hitless game so far today.
And Trevor, I mean, you've been here for a while. This is your senior year here at Tufts University, and me being just kind of new, I just was wondering, like, what is a bantam?
I think it's like a chicken.
Is that it? Because I know like bantamweight in boxing is like a certain weight class.
What is a bantam? If any of our industrious viewers want to check in the chat. But a bantam, here we go, we got it on Wikipedia, a small variety of fowl, which, you know, I feel like if you'd want a bird mascot, you'd want it to be like kind of big, maybe like a turkey.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually,
or like
I don't know.
Eagle.
Like turning turkey means you're scared, right? So maybe not that. I don't know. I've never come up with a mascot name, and I'm not going to deign to try today. First pitch here to Duffy is off speed outside for ball 1. But I do like Bantam. I really like it when teams try to come up with unique mascots like Jumbos or Bantams. You don't really see that often. That's a fastball fouled back at the backstop.
We're in Division 3, Trevor, so we have to be a little bit more creative than some of the more standard, more like big, powerful Division 1 names.
I don't know if that's exactly the case. I think you could have cool names like the Tennessee Volunteers. I like that a lot. I don't know why that came to mind, but
it's a cool name.
It is a cool name. Now the 1-1 to Duffy is a very slow curveball in for strike 2. Froze him. And now after the double allowed to Sowell, Duffy needs to battle back or Ian Brown's going to be able to get out of this inning with a runner in scoring position. That is a swing and a miss, a dirty breaking ball from Ian Brown, and that is 3 Ks in the inning, of course bookended by that double, but Ian Brown is dealing right now. And the Jumbos go down 1, 2, 3, and we're going to go to the top of the 7th. And Brendan McFall back on the mound for his 7th inning of work when we come back from the break. Into the later stages of this game, top of the 7th, only 3 innings to go. Of course, you've been watching JumboCast all season. You know that the 7th inning has been traditionally when we've stopped, but because this is such an important weekend, we're doing 9 innings today. So you're going to get 2 extra innings of JumboCast action. How lucky are we, Andrew? I mean, how lucky are the viewers?
Just incredible. And just the quality of gameplay that we've seen so far today as well, especially on that defensive end. These pitchers have just been lights out from front to back, inning to inning. And as Dr. Strange says, Trevor, we're in the end game now. Only 3 innings left for one of these teams in the NESCAC.
What are you doing, Andrew? Come on, man. As that strike goes in for strike 1. You threw me with a breaking ball there, man. I didn't know how to respond. But right now, they're going to say no swing there on the check from Alex Rodriguez, who stands into the batter's box for the 3rd time today. Grounded out 6-3 in the 2nd, so grounded out to short, and lined out to Ryan Dawes on that great play in the 4th inning. That one a bit low from McFall, who, as we're charting him, is up to 81 pitches on the day, which his season long is 6 innings pitched. If he gets an out here, that'll be his longest of the season. And that is breaking ball low. So far, McFall has not walked a batter here.
And as you were saying, the pitch count is starting to go up a little bit every couple of seconds. Every couple of minutes, I do look over to the right to just try to see if any action is going on in the bullpen. But with McFall dealing this far and with the later parts of the lineup coming out, I expect him to be out here for just a little bit longer.
McFall deals a strike, Nice comeback fastball to get himself back in the count. And that count is full right now against Alex Rodriguez, the slugger for the Bantams. Has 7 walks on the season. Oh, he is hit right on the midsection, but he looks like he's doing okay. His teammates seem pretty happy that he just got beaned, and that is a base runner against Brendan McFall to start out the inning.
Hey, anyway, Trevor, anytime you can get a base runner on, even if it's not in the most pleasant way with Rodriguez getting hit on that 3-2 count, just any way you can get on is super important, especially in such a low-scoring game. Trinity has yet to really put any significant runners into scoring position, and so getting a runner on in this stage of the game is super valuable, especially now with Flanagan coming up to bat.
Now we have to look through about 5 different screens here, but I can see the faint silhouettes of a jumbo pitcher warming in the bullpen as McFall throws over, almost losing the ball is DiMaria. DiMaria had to actually sort of jump in front of Alex Rodriguez to prevent the ball from going out here near our booth. Of course, McFall, a high pickoff pitcher today, and that's a quick first swing. Really trying to get out in front of that is the batter, Flanagan. Of course, John Flanagan, who made the catch, that collision catch earlier in the 5th inning. Flanagan is 0 for 2 on the day, lined out to Jimmy Evans in the 2nd and struck out in the 4th. And that is a backbreaker of a breaking ball from McFall, 0-2 count. He was way out ahead of that one, clearly looking fastball.
And he was way ahead of even that first pitch, which was a fastball. And I'm sure Bowman kind of took note of that, said, okay, we're going to go off speed here, try to get him really ahead of it and get down to 0-2 count.
Yeah, his clock looks a little bit out of sorts, and McFall going to pick off. I know McFall's been a bit pickoff happy, but I feel like you want to keep Flanagan while he's all mixed up right now. Don't want to give him time to readjust himself. We'll see if he is able to do that. And that is a ball in the dirt, and almost breaking for second is Alex Rodriguez. He was about a third up the line to second when he decided to go back.
Yeah, and Rodriguez with 7 stolen bases back in 2019. This year, only stealing about twice, but obviously in the shortened time due to COVID, so definitely capable.
There a guy you want to stop, it's him, and that is a strike 3. Fastball, curveball, fastball from McFall, and he gets him there for the first out of the inning. That is McFall's 8th strikeout of the day.
And it didn't look like the timing was super far off that time. Looks like he might have gotten the hang of it there, just missed it a little bit there. And so a little bit unfortunate for Flanagan there, but here comes Vincent Capone with 1 man on.
Yep, Capone flew out to left field. Jackson Duffy in the 2nd, and flew out to Ozzie Fleischer over by the right field foul line as that pitch is inside for ball 1.
Your attention, please.
If you recall, that Ozzie Fleischer play.
Appears as a pinch hitter.
Oh, excuse me. This is not Capone anymore. Just been announced. It's a strike there. As we will try to get you.
Number 22, Michael Guanci, the junior out of Wakefield, Massachusetts.
Good find there, Andrew. Batting .273 on the year as another pickoff attempt goes to first base. So Capone's day is done, actually. Guanci, number 22. Also in the bullpen warming up is a number 22 for the Tufts Jumbos. The 1-1 pitch is low. Curveball in the dirt. 2-1 to Guanci. Right now warming up in the bullpen is Brad Marchetti, the senior hurler for the Jumbos, with a 20.25 ERA on the season.
It's great to just see Marchetti back out here. Did start the 2021 season with a bit of an injury. Has worked back here in his senior season to try and just contribute as much as he can in his final year here at Tufts.
Yeah, that 2025 ERA isn't exactly representative, as this is grounded too short. Bozzella is going to try to pull the double play. Di Maria with the pick, and that is almost a 1-2-3 inning there for the Jumbos. Great way to respond after hitting Rodriguez. That is 7 strong innings for Brendan McFall. And now we go to the bottom of the 7th. Let's see if the Jumbos can try to capitalize on that double play. So a couple of defensive changes here for the Trinity Bantams, as we have for Tufts Nate Bozzella stepping into the batter's box. He is 0 for 2 on the day, flying out to center and grounding out to third. Ian Brown still on the mound for the Bantams. And that is a 1-1 count very quickly, as Brown is a quick worker. The defensive changes: Yoshiomi Jarrett has moved from right to left, John Flanagan from center to right, and now Brandon Shao is in center field, as that one is fouled out towards the parking lot. And that does hit a car. Oh, goodness. That is not what we like to see. Well, apparently Andrew likes to see that.
It's the first one I've seen all season.
You monster. You know how hard that is to repair? Freshman, I swear. That is a ball a little bit high to Bozzella, 2-2 count. So second defensive replacement for the Trinity Bantams in this game. Of course, this close as that ball is in the dirt, full count. Any run is a big run.
And this is something that we see out of the Bantams very often. Brandon Chow has played in all 13 games, but only has 17 at-bats. So typically comes in later into the game, coming in as a defensive replacement. And with Capone coming out, he's going to come in and move the outfielders around.
All right, and that is a walk, a full count walk to Nate Bozzella. So he is on to lead off the 7th inning. And now we're going to see Connor Bowman step up to the plate. He is 0 for 2. Grounded out to second in the 2nd and grounded out to shortstop in the 5th. Called a nice defensive game behind the plate as well. Decent lead at first for Bozzella. No pickoff, and that's almost a bunt attempt. Oh, and good slide there by Bozzella. Almost caught him on the throwdown. Eric Thronson a little bit late, but the bunt play was on for the Jumbos, and that's strike 1.
It looks like Trinity has a little bit of a different strategy to keeping the runner on first, having Thronson throw over to keep the runner at first.
And now a legitimate pickoff attempt from Ian Brown, I believe his first so far today. Not like he would have had a chance to. Actually, no, he could have. He never threw down to try to keep Miles Reed.
I remember that, yeah.
0-1 pitch coming to Bowman, and he's going to try to bunt again, and that is going to be fair. It's going to stay fair. They're going to throw to first and get him, but the sacrifice bunt was on, and he gets laudits from the dugout as Connor Bowman moves a runner into scoring position.
I'm not exaggerating here, Trevor, when I say that is one of the best sacrifice bunts I've seen. It just stops right on the first baseline, just barely fair. And it just allows Bozzella to get into scoring position super early. And with Miles Reed on deck, we have Ozzie Fleischer at the box right now. Just a lot of really great baseball being played by the
And we're going to
Jumbos.
see a pinch hitter here. Ryan Noon, the junior catcher, is going to step to the plate. Ozzie Fleischer will sit down after a good day so far for him. 0 for 2, but he did have that nice play out in shallow right field. So Ryan Noon will step in.
And Noon is one of these great, another great catcher here for Tufts. I mean, there's just so many of them, and Noon has been one of them who has gotten slightly less playing time, but the amount of extra base hits he's also been able to put up is just as impressive as Sowell.
Noon batting from the left side here. And that is a breaking ball down away. A absolutely massive lead for Nate Bozzella.
I feel like this is the first time in a while that we've seen a runner in scoring position this game.
Well, we saw one last inning. That was
you're right. You're right.
Sal. Oh, and we're going to see a meeting on the mound here after that breaking ball almost went by Eric Thronson. Good block from him to save the runner going into scoring position. And funnily enough, Thronson started walking back to home plate, and then he was called back. Going to need a good strategy here. I think I see someone in Trinity's bullpen warming. That's number 27 for the Bantams, William Simeone, who has a 12.27 ERA on the season. Last time out against Colby, Simeone gave up 2 runs and 4 hits in an inning and a third, which coincidentally was what Brown gave up the very next day in his outing.
Certainly been a little bit less of that today.
Yep, the junior from Milton, Mass. Went to IMG Academy in Florida. I feel like those are...
It's a basketball school, isn't it?
I think so.
Interesting.
Are there multiple IMG Academies, or is that just the one IMG Academy?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Our cameraman doesn't know. Sorry, Scott.
He's our third brain here on the call today.
Of course, had a nice call earlier in the 2-1 Trinity win. But now we're going to see Noon step in. He's got a 1-0 count on Brown. Brown with a big breaker, and that one, unlike the first pitch, lands for a strike.
And just quickly, with Noon coming up to bat, brings up a very interesting topic of conversation. We saw a different starting lineup here for the Jumbos in Game 2, and there's still a lot of potential here for pinch hitters. We got Brandon Bay, Kyle Cortez, and it's really interesting to see what Coach Casey decides to do.
That's going to be a fastball in for a strike. Noon thought it wasn't as he tried to bend back away from that. So now the pinch hitter is in a disadvantageous count.
You still have some more chances after this. You have Miles Reed once again on deck with only 1 out. It's going to be pretty hard to pull some sort of a double play here, so probably going to see the top of the lineup in this inning.
Yeah, I don't think we're also going to see Brendan McFall as he strikes out. Great K there to get out the pinch hitter, Ian Brown, 4th strikeout of the day.
And here comes the coach.
Yep, and that is going to be the end of the day for Ian Brown. Of course, a good effort from him, only allowing 1 hit in relief and 1 walk. Of course, that 1 walk coming to Miles Reed. And as the new pitcher warms up, who we believe to be William Simeone. Oh, actually, excuse me, it's not Simeone. So they sat Simeone down. Actually, no, Simeone is still warming in the bullpen. This is Jake Mello with a 0.00 ERA, .46 whip. He has been good in his 3 appearances out of the bullpen, and we will take it to a break. Now into the game is Jake Mello, who has been sterling in relief for the Trinity Bantams this season. Has not allowed a run in 4 1 innings. Only 1 hit against this guy. And now standing in is the NESCAC Player of the Week, Miles Reed. Mello, first pitch to Reed is a ball. Of course, Ian Brown coming in relief. A pretty solid outing from him, I'd say.
Absolutely, and it's a very different situation that he's been in from the rest of the season, coming into the relief situation. But now, probably only expecting about an inning here.
That second pitch is low to Miles Reed. Of course, we can't close the book on Brown quite yet, as Nate Bozzella, who walked and then was advanced on the sacrifice bunt by Connor Bowman, is still his responsibility, and Mello is trying to make that not be the case, as the first 3 pitches from Mello, he's not doing a good case for that. 3-0 count for Miles Reed. Now, with 2 outs and a close game, I know we were talking about swinging on a 3-0 count situation, and he is not going to do it there. That's going to be a strike. That was a little bit inside, so good thing he didn't do that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be super surprised if he did end up taking a hack, only if the pitch was just the way he wanted it to, especially since you're getting to the point where you're starting to get less and less good pitches.
And that is outside. Miles Reed with his second walk of the day. He has clearly been one of the offensive standouts for the Jumbos thus far. Hasn't really had anything hit to him in center field, but this is his 3rd time on the base pass, of course, singling in the 1st. He flew out in the 3rd, walked in the 5th, and now a walk in the 7th to set up Jimmy Evans, who, I mean, we've talked about before, but this guy is the guy you want in this situation.
Yeah, definitely capable of hitting it really far and really hard. We've seen just a few of his lineouts and flyouts so far that would have been extra bases if the outfield was positioned in just a slightly different position.
And that is hit up the first base line, but secured by the first baseman, Sean Meth, and that is going to be out of the inning. That could have been runs, but a great play by Meth ranging to his left to end the inning for the Jumbos. Wow. Great defense from Trinity. A couple of lineup changes potentially for the Bantams and the Jumbos, but one change we're not going to see is Brendan McFall still out there for the Tufts Jumbos. He has been a workhorse today, and he is going to continue to stay on the mound as we head to the top of the 8th. In the top of the 8th, we're here in the top of the 8th at Huskins Field. Couldn't really find a way to change that first sentence. Right now, no change of pitcher on for the Jumbos as Brendan McFall enters his 8th inning of work. He's got 8 strikeouts. I believe only 2 hits allowed in the ball game. No walks and a hit by pitch, and he stands in against the substitution, Robbie Cronin, who is 0 for 1 on the day. Cronin trying to check, and they're going to say that's a strike. He did not hold up. Cronin struck out in the 5th.
And now with the 7, 8, 9 hitters up, expect these to be the last 3 hitters for McFall.
McFall dealing, and that one is very low. The fastball missing down in the dirt. 1-1 count.
So once you get back to the top of the lineup, Jack Matthews going to be able to see McFall for the 4th time this game, unless there's some other specific circumstances that I'm not thinking of. I would not expect him to be out there for the 4th time around.
Yeah, we will see. I believe there's someone warming in the bullpen. And now that is a foul ball out of play. So 1-2 count. McFall is in advantage right now.
And at this point, Trevor, it's any additional work that McFall puts in is icing on top of the cake. An exceptional outing from today. And now the bullpen really is in a really solid position to try and close this game out.
Up to 95 pitches so far in this outing. McFall deals. And that is outside for ball 2. Of course, 2 jumbo hurlers in the pen, both righties right now. And that is a foul out of play. Back again. Right now, warming in the pen, we're getting word. It is Spencer Langdon, the graduate student, and Silas Reed, the freshman. So a disparity of experience here, and that's going to be grounded to the pitcher, and McFall is going to do it himself. Easy throw onto first for the first out of the inning.
And as McFall continues his dominance, just talking about some of the people that the Jumbos are working in the bullpen, these are the pitchers that I have been expecting to see come out in relief today. Just especially Silas Reed, another pitcher who has had incredible efficiency, has averaged over 2 strikeouts per inning in some of the games that he's been putting up. And on top of that, just having another experienced student, graduate student up there in Spencer Langdon, just another really great addition.
That breaking ball is going to miss inside to Eric Thronson, his 3rd at bat of the day. He singled in the 3rd, reached on the error by Ryan Dawes in the 5th, and now he is up to bat once again. And that one is going to be off the glove of McFall. Going to be a quick throw over by Ozzie, that's not Ozzie Fleischer anymore. That is number 5, Will Burgess, who substituted in. So the substitute makes the play. Good run in from Burgess to react to the ball hitting the glove of McFall.
Yeah, and great work from the veteran. Those slow rollers sometimes are a lot harder than you might actually think, just given the amount of time that the runner has to reach first. But Burgess was quick, got the ball, got it straight into DiMaria for the 2nd out of the inning.
And now Omi Jarrett at the plate for his 3rd plate appearance. He flew out to left in the 3rd and right in the 5th. Of course, he now moved from right to left, so a little bit of a mirror there as he is down 0-1 in the count, and he's going to blute this one into shallow center field. And another collision, oh my goodness. And that is the end of the inning, but I mean, Coach Casey's right. You got to call that one another dangerous play in shallow center field. We saw Nate Bozzella just running into the substitute Burgess there, and Burgess just threw up his hands in anger. I mean, that's the 3rd out of the inning, but the Jumbo coaches are incensed right now.
And either way, it is the end of the inning, but yeah, the second play in that same area that we've seen in this game, definitely always a scary situation, and hopefully everybody is okay. It looks like they were, and as we head into the bottom of the 8th, just a whole lot more big action to happen here.
Yep, well, Jake Mello out for his 2nd inning of work, of course, getting the crucial strikeout on Willie Burgess back in the 7th, who was almost smashed into on that defensive play as the wind is beginning to pick up here at Huskins Field. And Peter DiMaria is hoping to change the winds of this game. Of course, the Jumbos up 1-0, but that is not a comfortable position to be in if you're Tufts.
Absolutely not. I mean, the Trinity offense has really been super prevalent in a lot of the games that they've been playing. Obviously, not really this game. But just, you know, the loss in game one came really late into the game during one of these situations here, and maybe in the sixth or seventh inning. So obviously very important to try and add some insurance here in the eighth.
My apologies, I got that a little bit wrong. That is that foul by DiMaria makes a no-2 count. Of course, Mello came in against Miles Reed, walked him, then the unassisted play by the first baseman, Meth, is able to get it done. So he has had a couple of batters to face, and now he faces the heart of the Jumbos order.
Yeah, very solid position for Tufts to be in here.
DiMaria, his third plate appearance of the day. That one high and a bit inside against DiMaria. DiMaria, of course, singling in the first, grounded out to short in the third, and struck out swinging in the sixth. The 1-2 is a strikeout looking. Hit the lower part of the zone, and that is Peter DiMaria with back-to-back strikeouts.
And Peter did not like that call at all, still shaking his head as he walks slowly back into the dugout. And it does make sense. I mean, one of those outside pitches getting called again, especially down low, you definitely have to be careful, as the umpire definitely has started calling things around the knees.
Yep, definitely agree there. And now Clay Sowell up to the plate. Of course, doubling in his last appearance, also sac fly, and a strikeout looking as he dodges that one for ball one. We're going to close the book now on Ian Brown. Of course, he had 2 innings of work, 1 hit, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. And that is a very early swing there by Sowell. 1-1 count. Definitely was expecting fastball. And now we're seeing Ryan Dawes is still in the on-deck circle. He is 0 for 2 with a walk today. The 1-1 to Sowell. Missing low and away. Sowell has seen at least 3 pitches in every single at-bat he's been in today. Saw 5 in his last 2. Including that double. And that's going to be grounded over to third. Patrick Dillon, actually that's the shortstop, Jack Matthews. No, that is Dillon. He moved over and made the play, and that is going to be out number 2, bringing up Ryan Dawes to the plate.
2 crucial outs against 2 of the strongest jumbo hitters, Peter DiMaria and Clay Sowell, both going down. And while you still have some things to worry about here with Jackson Duffy on deck to follow Ryan Dawes, definitely a much better situation to be in now that you have 2 outs.
Yeah, we'd also like to say that Brendan Chow is in center field, as that is grounded and off the glove of Patrick Dillon. They're going to try to make the play, and no, that's going to be an error against Dillon. So reaching there is Dawes on the first pitch.
The hot corner certainly has been a topic of conversation today, Trevor. Third base has seen a lot of plays and 2 errors, I think, to say the least as well. Definitely a lot of volatility at that position. And now for Tufts, you have a runner on, you have Jackson Duffy up at the plate, and a big potential to try to get some insurance in the 8th.
Yeah, we're now noticing Brandon Chow has been subbed into center fielder for Guanci, as that one is skied into left field by number 27, Duffy, and that is a quick inning for the Jumbos. Not what they wanted to see. Duffy flying out on the first pitch he saw. And, oh my goodness, look who is out on the mound for the 9th inning. It is Brendan McFall. We're going to see what he's able to do when we come back. top of the lineup for the Trinity Bantams, as Brendan McFall is on for the 9th inning. If we want to get you some stats on Brendan McFall, he has been magnificent today. 8 innings pitched, 2 hits, 8 strikeouts, and no walks. And now he faces off against Jack Matthews, who struck out looking in the first, grounded out to third in the 3rd and the 6th. Matthews stands on for the 9th, and that is rocketed into center field. But coming up in under it easily is Miles Reed for the first out of the inning.
And just, it's so insane, Trevor, to just imagine a situation where you would have your starting pitcher in such a close game being put up against the top of the lineup for the 4th time. But just shows how incredible McFall has been this game. But as we take a look into the Jumbo bullpen, these guys are pitching from the stretch, so my assumption is either Reed or Langdon will come in as soon as a runner gets on base, if that ever happens.
Yep, Silas Reed and Spencer Langdon, freshman and graduate student, are both warming right now. But now it's Brendan McFall, first pitch swinging against Dylan.
And it's still so impressive how fast McFall is dealing. And it really looked like Dylan was still behind on that, despite him pitching over 100 pitches so far.
Dylan 0 for 3 today. That's a ball to him. He has not had a good day against Brendan McFall. Grounding out to first in the first, and then striking out swinging in the 4th and the 6th. Now he stands in the 9th trying to get his team a run, and that is lofted high but shallow. Calling it is Burgess, and he is going to make the catch for out number 2. The Jumbos are 1 out away from coming into the NESCAC championship.
And now with a
I feel bad just yelling it out loud, just because the stakes are so high for the Jumbos right now.
1-run game, top of the 9th inning, 2 outs. This is literally the closest you can get between these two teams who have battled it out day after day here this weekend.
Sean Meth, the first baseman, 1 for 3 against McFall. And that's going to be inside for ball 1.
And you can see the outfielders playing further back than usual. You don't want to give up any doubles, any triples, potentially putting runners in scoring position with the cleanup hitter coming on deck.
Meth is their best hitter. And that is going to be skied high but foul out of play near the parking lot. 1-1 count on Sean Meth. Batting .386 this season with an over 1,000 OPS. He's got a homer, he's got 10 RBIs. This is the guy you want in this kind of situation, preferably with someone on base, but Sean Meth can get it done. That is an off-speed pitch fouled off towards the bleachers, and the Jumbos are 1 strike away from going to the NESCAC championships. Of course, they are the defending champs from 2019, had a phenomenal season then, 31-10, 9-3 on the season, lost to Trinity earlier. This is the pitch. And that's it! The strikeout from Brendan McFall! Complete game shutout! 2 innings! 9 innings pitched! Incredible from the junior! And the Jumbos are headed to the NESCAC championships! Brendan McFall put the team on his back! Incredible stuff! Wow!
Coming into this season, there were 2 pitchers that we had our eyes on. It was Michael Volgende and it was Cameron Mayer. The one that we didn't really have our eyes on, Trevor, was Brendan McFall. But in the game that mattered most, he came up, he delivered in the most dominant performance that we've seen from any Tufts pitcher this year. And he has sent the Jumbos all the way back to the NESCAC championship game with a chance to reclaim their title.
I mean, can we talk about this man? 2 hits over 9 innings pitched.
And they needed
both of them
everyone.
Both of them, I believe, were infield hits or just light contact. Brendan McFall mystified the Trinity Bantams all day in one of the most spectacular performances you will ever see on Huskins Field.
And there was absolutely no margin for error. The Jumbo's sole run coming off of a sacrifice fly from Clay Sowell. Any single falter from McFall throughout his brilliant 9 innings could have spelled either extras or doom for the team.
And I want to just credit, as he walks over to his team to celebrate the victory, Coach John Casey having faith in McFall, who's only made one start this season. He's been in relief 2 times, but to trust his pitcher to go 9 innings wire to wire against a team that bested them earlier in the day. Just great coaching, great defense, incredible stuff. The Jumbos will be going to the NESCAC Championship as they celebrate over in right field. They will be facing them next weekend. Of course, they will be, I think, in our excitement, we need to actually find out who they're facing. They are going to be most likely facing Amherst, who are 8-3 in the NESCAC West Division. They have also been really good, 67-40, run differential of 27. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else you can say about the Jumbos, but just what an incredible pitching effort from Brendan McFall. We've said it over and over again. Great. The hitting was definitely something to be desired. You got to credit also Jimmy Fahey for standing in there after a rough first inning and delivering. Ian Brown, of course, Jake Mello. Trinity definitely played well, but Tufts coming out on top in this one. Do you have any other takeaways from this game that we could carry over into the NESCAC Championship?
Yeah, just another shout out to Trinity. Such a brilliant team. Once again, being knocked out by Tufts right before the NESCAC playoffs. And they had their backs against the wall today in this doubleheader. They lost 8-0 after a brilliant performance from the Tufts offense and Michael Volgende. And now coming into here, they needed to win back-to-back. They took the win 2-1 in game 1 and just barely came up short here. It took a miraculous performance from Brendan McFall to take this Trinity Bantam team out. And with a lot of freshmen on their team, with Matthews and with Meth, even Dylan, the sophomore, coming in, there's a lot to look forward to from Trinity in the near future.
Yeah, of course. Great effort from the Bantams, but just a little bit better from the Jumbos. We, of course, will not be covering the NESCAC Championships as they do have the deal with NSN. So if you're looking to watch that, that's going to be on May 8th and May 9th. It's going to be a best two of 3 series. So most likely it'll follow the same format, May 8th, and then doubleheader on May 9th. That's, of course, going to be on the Northeast Sports Network. But for JumboCast, this closes the book on our coverage of the Tufts baseball team as they are crowned division champions. And I guess if I can get a little bit sentimental, that's also going to cap my my JumboCast career here. I don't think I'll be doing the Tufts Invitational. Going to leave that to you, the younger generation. But I guess I just want to say, wow, this is, I guess it's kind of a bittersweet moment here. I've had a lot of great chances to cover some great JumboCast teams, Tufts teams, Jumbo teams, JumboCast teams. You all have been fantastic. Thank you all to the fans for listening to our games, for calling me out anonymously on Twitter as well. That was, any criticism is good criticism. As I walk off into the sunset, I want to just thank Tufts for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank you, Andrew, for a wonderful year. We've had a lot of time to spend together.
And the true thanks has to be to you, Trevor. I mean, I came in as a freshman here, new to this club, and you and the rest of the seniors have just welcomed me in with open arms, especially during all of the COVID-related esports events that we were doing. It was just amazing to see somebody so dedicated to this club even go out to do a sport, to like even man a game that you didn't even really know much about, and just coming out here, it was such a pleasure to finally be able to be here in the booth with you for I guess your final game here.
Yeah, well, for our cameraman Scott Blatt, for Andrew Howe, my color commentator, Cougar Hansen, our director, and the rest of the JumboCast crew, I want to just say thank you to everyone. Thank you to the fans. Be sure to tune in next week as we cover the Tufts Invitational Track and Field Meet. You won't want to miss it. It's on May 8th in the afternoon, I believe at 2 o'clock p.m. Someone will correct me on that. But I couldn't have picked a better game to go out on, and the Jumbos couldn't have picked a better game to deliver against Trinity here. So this will be Trevor Russo signing off for the final time. Thank you all for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.